Chapter 643. In an instant, the water vapor condensed into the shadow of a giant white shark, which then pounced on Ling Xiao. Ka ka ka. Under the influence of this terrifying aura, the walls and pillars in the hall made strange noises. However, these materials looked much better than those in the slave registration office, so there were no signs of cracking. If it were the slave registration office, it would have been reduced to ruins. With his long black hair fluttering in the wind, Ling Xiao stood in the middle of the hall indifferently, not even blinking. Humph! In the next moment, Ling Xiao coldly snorted. This sound was like a dragon's roar, like thunder. The second Fort Lord, who was standing on the throne, actually shook, his face showing surprise. This kid's momentum is so strong, even the second Fort Lord can't suppress him. No wonder he dared to kill Demon General Ken Shui in front of the two Fort Lords. It seems he's really strong. I guess the second Fort Lord and the third Fort Lord may not be his opponent, even if they join forces. What kind of cultivation is he? One must know that under the second Fort Master's aura, even a ninth layer transcendent realm divine ability realm cultivator would be injured, yet not only is his expression unchanged, he's even able to fight back. I can't tell, he's too mysterious. In the hall, several demon generals discussed secretly, having a clearer understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Second brother, we're not his opponent. Let's wait until boss comes out of seclusion. For now, we need to keep him calm. The third Fort Lord transmitted his voice to the second Fort Lord. You're right. This guy doesn't look strong, but he's actually very fierce. Let's wait until boss comes out of seclusion. Then the three of us can join forces to kill him. Now is not the time. The second Fort Lord also agreed with this suggestion. Then he quickly restrained his aura. Ha ha. Good, very good. Just now, this Fort Lord was just testing your strength. Now it seems that you're absolutely qualified to be a Demon General of Demon Castle City. This is the Demon General token. It's yours in the future. Saying so, the second Fort Lord shot out a black light from his hand at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao raised his hand and waved it gently. When the black light reached his side, it instantly slowed down as if it had fallen into a swamp. Then it was caught in his hand. Thank you for your trust, second Fort Lord and third Fort Lord. However, I still need you to tell me what this Demon General is going to do. I'm a rather lazy person. Ling Xiao asked. Under normal circumstances, you don't have to be responsible for anything unless there's an invasion, the second Fort Lord said. But it just so happens that a diving ship is preparing to set out to search for the Human King's cave abode. A demon general is needed on the ship. If you're willing, you can come along. When? Ling Xiao was a little excited. He didn't expect to hear what he had been dreaming of so soon. He had obviously come here to complete the sex mission, but his main objective was to find the Human King's dwelling and the martial soul fruit. Can we leave tomorrow? Second Fort Lord asked. The second Fort Lord and third Fort Lord were afraid that they couldn't keep Ling Xiao under control, so they let Ling Xiao leave with the diving ship. When Ling Xiao returned, the first Fort Lord would probably come out of seclusion. By then, this Ling Xiao would no longer have the ability to turn the world upside down. Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Of course. That's good. You can stay on Levitating Island today. Of course, you can go out and have a look around. Demon Castle City is very interesting. We'll leave tomorrow morning. The second Fort Lord was relieved. He was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't agree. If that were the case, the next few days would definitely be difficult. Okay, then I'll go and have a look. Since he was going to leave, Ling Xiao planned to have a look around Demon Castle City. He might only come to a place like this once in a lifetime. It would be a pity if he missed it. Have you heard? Demon General Ken Snow is dead. Of course I've heard. I think he was killed by a young man. He seems to be only 14 or 15 years old. What happened to that young man? Was he killed by the Fort Lord? Killed. Don't be stupid. Not only did he not die, but he also became the youngest demon general. This is interesting. I heard that demon general Ken Snow wanted to marry Tu Yan's daughter, Tu Jiao Jiao, as a concubine. Now that he's dead, Tu Yan can relax. Who knows? Demon General Ken Snow still has many elders and deacons under him. Ling Xiao had only left Levitating Island for an hour, and had only walked around Demon Castle City a little. However, the news that he had become a demon general had almost spread throughout the city. At the port, a few cultivators who were familiar with Tu Yan were resting and casually chatting about Demon General Ken Snow. You said that Demon General Ken Snow is dead. Tu Yan walked over without anyone noticing. Beside him was Tu Jiao Jiao. After the two returned from hunting, they were extremely busy. Therefore, they really didn't know what had happened outside. I say, Tu Yan, you're too uninformed. He's really dead. Moreover, he was killed by a young man. It's good that he's dead. Tu Yan let out a long sigh and said fiercely, in the past, he didn't dare to offend Demon General Ken Snow. The other party wanted his daughter. Even if he was extremely unwilling, it was useless. In front of Demon General Ken Snow, he didn't have the slightest room to bargain. Now, he didn't know who killed Demon General Ken Snow. In this case, his daughter didn't have to marry that old guy. Demon General Ken Snow was said to be at least 70 or 80 years old. His daughter was only 14 years old. That guy was definitely qualified to be his daughter's grandfather. Even more than that, he was qualified to be her great-grandfather. Marrying such a person was simply too disgusting. What's so good about it? Let your daughter marry Demon General Ken Snow. Your family won't have to worry about food and clothing. You won't have to go out to sea to hunt. How carefree! That is, he's a demon general. A woman next to him said, snappily, "That's right. Look at my daughter. She's only married to an elder, but she's already living a carefree life. She can buy whatever she wants. My husband and I are also benefiting from it." Another woman said triumphantly, "Their words aren't pleasant to hear, but they're not wrong. Since you've already taken root in Demon Castle City, you might as well face reality. Look at your daughter. I don't dare to say that she's as beautiful as a fairy, but at least she's a pretty girl from a humble family. She's so beautiful. If she marries Demon General Ken Snow, it'll be a blessing. She won't be like now, stingy with everything she buys." Bullsh *T. Are you treating your daughters as goods? Do you really plan to be slaves for the rest of your life? Although Tu Yan didn't say it out loud, he always wanted to leave this damned place. The reason why he often went out to sea to hunt was to find a way out of here. His strength wasn't enough, but he could find a way to leave. Treating his daughter as a bargaining chip to live a prosperous life? He couldn't do that kind of beast-like thing. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have such a backbone. Unfortunately, Demon General Ken Snow is dead. You have no backing. Suddenly, a complacent voice came. Chapter 644. Tu Yan turned his head, and his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. He hurriedly shielded his daughter, Tu Jiao Jiao, behind him. The newcomer was a deacon, a transcendent realm fourth, layer master, someone who could kill Tu Yan with a single finger. This person had always coveted Tu Jiao Jiao, but because Demon General Ken Shui had also taken a liking to Tu Jiao Jiao, he had always held back. Now that Demon General Ken Shui was killed, the monkeys would scatter when the tree fell, and Demon General Ken Shui's subordinates had basically all gone looking for new masters. The moment this deacon heard the news, he immediately ran over to find Tu Yan. "Sir Deacon, My daughter is still young and isn't in a hurry to get married. Please be magnanimous." Tu Yen's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He knew very well that in Demon Fortress City, no one would uphold justice for a slave. Even if this deacon killed him today and took away his daughter, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. "Father, don't worry. If he dares to do anything, I will kill myself. In any case, I will never marry such a person." Tu Jiao would never forget that one of her sisters was defiled by this deacon and died a tragic death. Every time this person was angered elsewhere, he would return home and vent his anger on the women at home. The number of women who died at his hands, if not hundreds, was at least dozens. "Kill yourself." The deacon sneered. "You want to kill yourself? Weaklings don't even have the right to choose how to die. If I don't let you die, you won't die. If I let you die, you will die. Now, I will give you one last chance. Let your daughter come with me obediently. That way, everyone will be harmonious, and there will be no need to be angry." The deacon stood there and looked at Tu Yen and Tu Jiao with a smile, as if everything was under his control, and no one could snatch this fat piece of meat from his mouth. "My dear daughter, as your father, I have let you down." Tu Yen really couldn't bear to see his daughter being defiled by this beast dressed in human clothing in front of him, so he decided to go all out. At worst, he would die here with his daughter, ending the rest of his life happily. It was better than his daughter being tortured to death. "Father, you don't have to let me down. In the next life, we will still be father and daughter." Tu Jiao also made up her mind. Although she was young, her determination wasn't weak. Tisk tsk. What an intense passion. What a deep father-daughter relationship. What a pity. "Now you can die, Tu Yen." The deacon sneered in disdain, then leaped up and sent a palm strike towards Tu Yen. At the same time, his aura swept out in all directions, suppressing Tu Jiao to the point that she didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Bang! Then, a shocking scene occurred. The deacon was like a cockroach that had just flown up and was instantly slapped down. In midair, a figure was floating there with a cold expression on his face. "How dare you? Who are you?" The deacon stood up with great difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reprimanded the figure in the air. However, on his face, there was an extremely terrified expression. This was very normal. Ling Xiao's attack just now had already seriously injured him. He believed that if it wasn't for the other party's hasty attack, he would have died. Ling Xiao glanced at the deacon indifferently. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he softly said, "Scram! Bastard, do you know that my immediate superior is Elder Tang? Although Demon General Residual Snow is dead, he is now the subordinate of another Demon General. If you dare to provoke me, you will be provoking Elder Tang and the Lord Demon General." The deacon wanted to turn around and run away, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, but he attempted to use his status as a demon general to intimidate him and make him retreat. In this way, not only would he save his face, but he would also save his life. "You talk too much nonsense. You have already missed the best chance to live." Ling Xiao had always hated people who violated women. Moreover, he was indebted to Tu Yen and Tu Jiao. Tu Yen was his idol when he was young, a great hero. He was already very unhappy, and this guy actually dared to threaten him. He casually pointed. A qi sword flew out, and the deacon's head was instantly pierced through. "Ah, I recognize him. He is the new demon general, the one who killed Demon General Residual Snow. No wonder he is so fierce and even dares to kill a deacon." In the crowd, someone had already recognized Ling Xiao. In front of a demon general, a deacon was nothing. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just killed Demon general residual snow. His fierce reputation was simply widespread. If the deacon knew Ling Xiao, he probably wouldn't have made such a stupid mistake. This 2 Yen father and daughter are really lucky. An old demon general residual snow died, and they actually made friends with a young demon general. Now, I'm afraid no one will dare to touch them. That's right. This new demon general is simply a malefic star. Whoever provokes him will die. No wonder he looked down on deacons. A small deacon is nothing in front of a demon general. Both of you are frightened. If you need anything in the future, just use my name. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and then flew away. Only when Ling Xiao's figure disappeared in the distance did Jiao Jiao couldn't help but stick out her tongue and say, "So what he said was true. He is really a powerful expert. Jiao Jiao, let's go. Pack up. We are going out to sea immediately." Yen was also shocked for a long time. However, after a while, he thought of something. Now that Ling Xiao was in Demon Fortress City, no one would dare to bully them. However, if Ling Xiao went out on a mission, they would be in trouble. The best way was to hide out at sea for a period of time and wait for Ling Xiao's submarine to return. Then they would come back. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he knew a lot of people. He had long heard that the new demon general would leave on the submarine tomorrow. He even knew that Ling Xiao was the new demon general. However, he didn't expect that this young man, whom he had only met once and didn't have much interaction with, would really save them. The next morning, 2 Yan's family left on the boat first. At the same time, Ling Xiao also arrived at the pier. On the same boat as him, there were 2 other demon generals. They were the Thousand Hands demon general and the Fire Wolf demon general. The Thousand Hands demon general was a woman around 60 to 70 years old. However, she looked like she was in her 30s. She looked very charming. The Fire Wolf demon general was the husband of the Thousand Hands demon general. They were around the same age and looked like they were in their 30s. Their bodies were very strong. "Hello, both of you." Ling Xiao saw that the 2 of them were smiling at him, so his attitude was also very gentle. "Greetings to the Evil Beast Demon General." The Evil Beast Demon General was Ling Xiao's title, which was given by the second Fort Master. "Just call me Ling Xiao. This isn't the first time the 2 of you are on the submarine, right?" Ling Xiao asked. Chapter 645. Understood. Ling Xiao wasn't very surprised. This was the deep sea. Even if the entire ship disappeared, it wouldn't be strange. They were either eaten by some beast at the bottom of the sea or met with some other trouble. After everyone on the ship arrived, the submarine left Demon Fortress City and began the search mission at the bottom of the sea. Generally speaking, a search mission would last at most 7 days. If they didn't find anything in 7 days, they had to return. Otherwise, they would be considered dead. Ling Xiao, the Thousand Hands demon general, and the Fire Wolf demon general sat in the cabin, drinking tea and chatting. The 3 of them didn't have to worry about most things unless they met with some trouble that they couldn't solve. After all, there were elder-level martial artists outside, so the 3 of them didn't have to do anything. In the deep sea, everything seemed so peaceful. It was much quieter than the surface of the sea. However, this was only on the surface. The dangers in the deep sea were often hidden in the depths. If they weren't careful, the ship could be destroyed and people would die. It would be a complete tragedy. Ling Xiao seemed to be chatting, but in fact, his true energy sphere had been released outside the submarine and extended out. As long as there was any strange movement, he would know immediately. At this time, the true energy sphere's feedback had a strange sound. It was like a beast's low growl. He slowly stood up. "Let's go." They might not be able to solve the next problem. The Thousand Hands demon general and the Fire Wolf Demon General looked at each other, a little skeptical, because the two of them didn't hear any movement, nor did they feel any sound. However, after about 60 breaths, they were shocked. It's a beast, and it's very likely to be a level 9 beast. The Thousand Hands Demon General judged, "Brother Ling, you're really amazing. You can actually predict the appearance of this beast. Let the submarine slow down. It's more suitable for fighting. Do you two want to do it, or should I?" Ling Xiao asked. "There's no need to trouble Brother Ling with such a small matter. Leave it to me." The Fire Wolf Demon General clenched his fists, and there was a hint of excitement between his brows. This guy was definitely a martial arts fanatic. In the next moment, waves were actually formed at the bottom of the sea, and a black figure wrapped in the waves quickly moved towards the submarine. At this very moment, let alone the 3 demon generals, even other martial artists could also sense that something was amiss. "Watch me." The Fire Wolf Demonic General jumped out of the submarine, and a huge flaming wolf appeared behind him. Its name should have been given to it because of his martial soul. The Fire Wolf martial spirit was not bad. It looked very cool. The moment he jumped out of the submarine, Fire Wolf Demon General threw a punch through the air. That punch was actually a burning wolf-shaped flame. Bang! A huge roar sounded out, and then a shocking shock wave of true essence stirred up the sea. The submarine was like a lonely boat swaying in the sea. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the heavenly dragon scale armor, which could only cover his body, extended more than 10 meters, covering the entire submarine. It completely shielded the ship from the damage caused by the true essence shockwave. In the deep sea, there are many fierce beasts like this. According to the information we obtained from the sea race, the beasts in the deep sea are much stronger than those on land. The Thousand Hands Demon General said to Ling Xiao. Her words could be considered as exposing the secrets of the sea race. From this, it could be seen that she actually wanted to befriend Ling Xiao. Although she was a demon general, to be honest, even a demon general was still someone's slave. The Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General didn't want to be like this for the rest of their lives. Roar! The sea beast in the darkness let out a roar. It was clearly injured by the Fire Wolf Demon General's punch. This guy began to stir crazily at the bottom of the sea, causing the entire sea to become turbid. Not only that, but it also formed a terrifying whirlpool as if it was going to suck in the submarine. Exploding Wolf Fist. Seeing this situation, the Fire Wolf Demon General roared. He clasped his hands together, and then his body charged out, both fists smashing into the huge monster at the same time. The monster felt pain and stopped stirring. Its body was also smashed to the bottom of the sea by this terrifying blow. Ling Xiao had already seen the appearance of this sea beast at this time. It was a very strange-looking monster. Its upper body was clearly that of a tiger, but its lower body was like a fish. Its body was extremely huge. No wonder it could cause the sea to shake so easily. However, at this time, there were obvious scorch marks on the monster's forehead, and there were also traces of dried blood. This should be the effect of the Fire Wolf Demon General's attack. Although the Fire Wolf Demon General had the upper hand in the battle, the defensive power of beasts was generally stronger than that of humans. This monster was no exception. For it, the damage just now was not too serious. One had to know that the Fire Wolf Demon General's attack could easily kill an ordinary peak Transcendent Realm 9th Layer cultivator. However, it was unable to seriously injure this monster. This defensive power was too amazing. Do we really not need to help? Ling Xiao glanced at the Thousand Hands Demon General and asked, "There's no need. My husband is just warming up. He likes to fight like this. In fact, if he wanted to kill this monster, he didn't need to go through so much trouble." The Thousand Hands Demon General smiled bitterly. The next moment, the fire wolf demon General returned victorious. Although there were many wounds on his body, the expression on his face was very excited. Sure enough, he's a martial arts fanatic. Ling Xiao smiled. Generally speaking, martial arts fanatics were not bad people. This fire wolf demon General and the Thousand Hands demon General might really be possible to make friends with. Of course, the premise was that they returned alive. What Ling Xiao was worried about now was the possible danger that could wipe out the submarine fleet. Was it a monster, a natural disaster, or some other danger? Look, it's a martial spirit fruit tree. 2 days later, after more than a dozen battles and killing more than a dozen fierce sea monsters, the submarine finally found a martial spirit fruit tree. Damn it, there's only one fruit left. Martial spirit fruit trees generally only produced 3 fruits, and they would fall the moment they ripened. As long as they fell to the ground, they would disappear completely. This was also why martial soul fruits were so difficult to find. The submarine sped up and rushed towards the martial spirit fruit tree. However, Ling Xiao was a little impatient. 2 days sounded easy, but he knew very well how many dangers there were in the process. If he didn't gain anything, then this trip would have been a waste. Therefore, he had to get this martial spirit fruit. So, Ling Xiao directly rushed towards the martial spirit fruit tree. His speed was too fast, although the fire wolf demon General and the Thousand Hands demon General wanted to snatch it. It was already too late. Chapter 646. After carefully placing the martial soul fruit into the mountain river world, Ling Xiao uprooted the martial soul fruit tree and planted it in the mountain river world. The martial soul fruit could only ripen once every 3,000 years, but in the mountain river world, this speed would increase. A year outside was 100 years inside. Of course, this was only for spirit herbs and other plants. In other words, after 30 years, Ling Xiao would be able to obtain a new martial soul fruit. This could be considered a good investment. In any case, 30 years was just a blink of an eye in the mystic world. Brother Ling, be careful. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the submarine, the ground suddenly shook violently, and then a huge hole appeared at the bottom of the sea. Run! Ling Xiao shouted. He discovered a very terrifying thing. Because he had focused all his attention on the martial soul fruit tree, he had neglected his surroundings. So he didn't realize that he was actually in the nest of a giant at the bottom of the sea. The giant's body was even larger than that of a great desolate beast. In that instant, Ling Xiao saw a glowing thing. That thing was more than 10 meters tall and several meters wide, and it was just a tooth of the giant. Then, including him and the submarine, they were all swallowed by the giant monster. Even after being swallowed into the stomach of the giant, Ling Xiao still lacked a sense of reality. This was because the giant was simply too big. Deep inside the monster's body, Ling Xiao couldn't even see the edge. It was as if he had entered a huge space. He used the true essence ball to observe, and found that the submarine had been ejected out of a gap in the monster's body. Other than the Thousand Hands demon General and the Fire Wolf demon General, the rest of the cultivators were all dead. There was a special corrosive gas in the giant's body. If one's cultivation wasn't enough, their body would quickly corrode and become the giant's nourishment and energy. Only the 3 demon generals were able to last until they died. The Thousand Hands demon General and the Fire Wolf demon General were bumping around inside the giant's body, looking for a way out. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then sat down cross-legged, took out the martial soul fruit, and took a bite. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he swallowed it. He felt that if he wanted to get out of this giant's body, he had to continue increasing his strength, like the Thousand Hands demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General, it would only be a waste of energy. As soon as the martial soul fruit entered his stomach, a warm sensation rapidly spread through his meridians, limbs, and bones. In the end, a strange power actually fused into his spirit sea. Waves surged in his spiritual sea. That was obviously Ling Xiao's force of the soul. After eating the martial soul fruit, he could clearly sense that the sea level had actually risen by an inch. His force of the soul had increased once again. And this was only the effect of one bite. Feeling how wondrous it was, Ling Xiao ate the entire martial soul fruit with a crunch. As for how effective it would be, that would depend on the result of the digestion. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge amount of warm aura filled his entire body. Even more energy surged into his spirit sea in the form of raging waves, kicking up huge waves. If it was a real wave, it would be several dozen meters tall at the very least. The spirit sea was also known as the soul sea or soul realm. It was where the soul resided. It was also where the martial soul resided. It was also where the force of the soul was stored. The larger the spirit sea was, the more powerful the soul was. The effects of a single martial soul fruit were extremely shocking. Around 2 hours later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely deep and vast. They did not seem like a pair of eyes, but a world. My force of the soul has reached the level of a cultivator of the heaven of 3 talents. The mountains and rivers martial soul and the ancient hell's dragon martial soul have actually broken through at the same time. They've both reached the astral projection realm. And this is at a level where I won't be able to completely absorb the martial soul fruit immediately. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked and overjoyed. On the surface, his cultivation did not seem to have increased, but the dual strengthening of his martial soul and soul had greatly increased his battle prowess. Not only that, but Ling Xiao discovered that the range of his true origin sphere had increased. It could now cover a radius of 15 kilometers. It was much more powerful than before. Although it was called a true origin sphere, it was actually called Earth Vision and Sky Hearing. It relied on the force of the soul. As the force of the soul increased, the range would naturally increase as well. It's a pity that there's only one martial soul fruit. Sigh, this thing really is hard to find. Ling Xiao did not need a new martial soul, so the effects of the martial soul fruit were completely used to strengthen his soul and martial soul. Standing up, Ling Xiao looked around. He did not even need to use his mountains and rivers martial soul to easily see the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General 5 kilometers away. The two of them were resting there. Ling Xiao thought about it and hurried over. If he wanted to leave, the 3 of them would work together. It was better than messing around alone. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside the 2 of them, the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General looked at Ling Xiao with joy. However, the moment their eyes met with Ling Xiao's, they felt dizzy and weak. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao's pupils were like the pitch-black universe. He could actually release a substantial will. This was something that even the Yin-Yang Demon King could not do. The 2 of them exclaimed in their hearts, will was something that every warrior had. This was because the martial soul was transformed from will. Once a martial soul was formed, will would become an ability of the martial soul. For example, the will of a sword martial soul was the will of the sword Tao. This will could make a person's aura sharper and increase their attack power. There was nothing strange about this, but the problem was that the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General had never heard of a warrior being able to release their will through their eyes. What kind of martial soul's will was this? Why did it feel like the entire world was pressing down on them? It was suffocating. Ling Xiao smiled and withdrew the will of mountains and rivers. He was just testing it. After all, his soul power had just increased, but the will of mountains and rivers did not. It was still only 10%. However, it seemed that although it did not increase, the will of mountains and rivers had increased due to the increase in soul power and the martial soul. The two of you, let's find a way out together. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes. Although Ling Xiao's voice was gentle, the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General had a thought that they could not resist. This was why the will of mountains and rivers was so terrifying. Of course, if the two of them used their martial soul's will to resist, they could resist. However, there was no need for them to fall out with Ling Xiao here. To them, joining forces with Ling Xiao was the best choice. Otherwise, they would have to stay in this giant's body for the rest of their lives, growing stronger with the corrosive gas. Chapter 647. Look, what's that? The three of them carefully searched for a way out of the monster's body. After about 10 to 10 hours, the Thousand Hands Devil General cried out in alarm. About 100 meters away from the three of them was a huge sphere, shining with a resplendent golden light. It can't be the monster's inner core, right? Ling Xiao had actually sensed the existence of this thing long ago. In fact, the reason why the three of them were able to reach here was because of his guidance. It was just that he didn't know what this thing was. Impossible, it's too big. It feels like it's about the same size as Demon Castle City. The Fire Wolf Demon General couldn't connect this huge thing with an inner core. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao took the lead and rushed over. The closer he got, the more shocking this thing looked. It was like a prototype city. When he got closer, he couldn't even see its outline. Not only that, but the closer he got to this huge sphere, the more he felt a powerful soul pressure. When Ling Xiao was about 10 meters away from this huge sphere, he felt like he had encountered a half-step Empyrean soul pressure targeting him. As for the other two, they couldn't even move an inch. Pooh! The Fire Wolf Demon General refused to admit defeat and insisted on following. In the end, the invisible soul pressure sent him flying, and he fell to the ground, vomiting blood. The Thousand Hands Devil General's situation was similar. The two of them fell to the ground and looked at the huge sphere in horror, not daring to get closer. It looks like this huge sphere should contain a very terrifying soul. The two of you shouldn't get any closer. Just stay there and heal. I'll go in and take a look. Although Ling Xiao also felt a certain amount of pressure, it was far from being unable to move forward. He kept getting closer and then soared into the sky. The moment he came into contact with the huge sphere, Ling Xiao felt like he was walking against the wind. And this wind was at the level of a super typhoon. He wanted to move forward, but this terrifying pressure wanted to send him flying and even tear him apart. Ha! Ling Xiao roared and released his dragon's aura mixed with the will of mountains and rivers. A huge, ancient hell dragon phantom appeared behind him. Inch by inch, step by step, he finally tore apart the outer shell of the sphere. At this moment, the enormous spiritual pressure also disappeared. Whoosh! Ling Xiao exhaled deeply. He looked at the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General, who were seated with their legs crossed. He discovered that their eyes flickered with fear and surprise. He knew that the two of them had been intimidated by the terrifying soul pressure from before and no longer had the courage to approach the giant sphere. You two wait outside. I'll go in and see what's going on. Ling Xiao believed that with such a terrifying soul pressure surrounding the sphere, it was enough to prove that there was a great opportunity inside the sphere. No matter what it was, he planned to go in and take a look. Brother Ling, be careful, the Thousand Hands Devil General reminded. The soul pressure outside the sphere was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the soul pressure inside the sphere would be. They didn't dare to try. Moreover, he was also worried for Ling Xiao. Yes, Ling Xiao nodded and entered the sphere. In an instant, the torn sphere healed. Inside the sphere was a vast world. The area was definitely not inferior to the Demon Castle city. However, this wasn't a city. This was a strange place with huge monster fossils. If his judgment was correct, these fossils should be left behind from the prehistoric era. Immemorial colored peacock, immemorial giant lizard, immemorial sky-devouring shark, immemorial giant ape, immemorial demonic spider, and so on. There were more than 1,000 fossils. Every fossil had a huge soul pressure. This should be the soul power left behind after they died. However, among the thousands of fossils, hundreds of them had shattered and turned into real stones. They had lost their soul pressure and life force. There were about 200 of them intact. Ling Xiao didn't touch these fossils casually. He felt that if he touched them, something bad would happen. This was a man's intuition. It was also his intuition towards danger. He circled around these fossils and found that there was a stone house here. There were 3 words engraved on the stone house, Ji Xian Yuan. Wasn't this the name of the sacred dynasty's divine ancestor emperor, the human king? Ling Xiao was shocked when he saw these 3 words. He didn't expect that the human king's abode that the Sea tribe had been looking for so long would be here. Although the human king didn't pass away here, he left behind some words. The general meaning was that these fossils were a gift he left for his descendants. As long as one touched the fossils, they could obtain the corresponding martial spirit inheritance. However, each person could only touch it once. Because the prehistoric era's fossils were too powerful, if one touched more than one, there was a possibility of a backlash. In the end, one wouldn't be like a human or a beast. Moreover, it wasn't easy to obtain these martial spirit inheritances. If the human king didn't have the ability to obtain these martial spirit inheritances, it would only bring about a fatal disaster. Therefore, everyone who inherited these inheritances had to undergo a powerful martial spirit test. As long as they passed the test, they could survive and inherit these inheritances. The fossils would lose their energy and shatter. But if they failed, they would die here. No wonder Ling Xiao found so many corpses when he walked around. Unfortunately, the storage rings of the corpses were shattered by the terrifying power. Ling Xiao couldn't even pick up anything. Ling Xiao was most interested in the mountain river Will. However, it clearly wasn't here. He used his hand to gently touch the words left behind by the human king. His mind shook. He quickly closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Although it was only a message left behind by the human king, it contained the human king's will. Although it wasn't much, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied. After spending an hour, Ling Xiao completely merged the human king's will into the mountain river Will. At that moment, his mountain river Will finally rose to the 2nd level. It had clearly become stronger. In the future, it would naturally be more powerful when it came to all kinds of martial arts. After absorbing the human king's will, Ling Xiao began to search for a suitable martial spirit. He now had the ancient Hell Dragon martial spirit and the Hell Dragon's will. It could also be called Dragon Might. However, it clearly wasn't strong enough. It couldn't even reach the 1st level. Therefore, it wouldn't be of much help in battle. The mountain river will was a kind of vast and enormous pressure because it represented the entire world's will. It represented immortality and eternity. The Hell Dragons will represented tyranny and destruction. There was also the black metal piece in his mountain river world. Before, he didn't know what it was. He only knew that its killing intent was terrifying. But now he understood. That thing was a killing intent stained with the blood of countless ancient beasts. If it was transformed into a martial spirit, it would represent a sharpness and slaughter that could cut through everything. Chapter 648. Ling Xiao no longer needed other martial souls. He could occasionally play with them, but he wouldn't use them as a cultivation direction. What he wanted to find this time was a fossil that could raise the Hell Dragon's will, as well as a fossil that could allow him to completely absorb the black metal piece's will. Although the human king had reminded everyone that they could only touch one fossil at most, but he also added some words indicating that martial artists with the Mountain River martial soul could touch two fossils at most. One was the tyrannical will of destruction. The other was the sharp will of slaughter, together with the Mountain River will that represented eternal immortality. This could be considered a complete set. Among the complete fossils, there was one that looked like a treasure sword. Ling Xiao knew that this was a beast called Sword Demon from the ancient times. Its body was completely made of metal and minerals. It had no facial features, no limbs, but it had a terrifying will that was so sharp that it could flatten everything. This kind of will just happened to correspond with the black metal piece's killing intent. Ling Xiao decided to choose it. I wonder what will happen after touching the fossil. Ling Xiao was on full alert. This was an attempt that could lead to death. He had to be careful because among the martial artists that were killed, there were some whose cultivation was stronger than his. There was even a heaven-tier expert in one-line sky realm. Boom. The moment he touched the fossil, Ling Xiao felt as if he had appeared on a battlefield. The sky was blood red. The ground was also blood red. Corpses were everywhere, and mournful cries echoed. This was simply a purgatory of slaughter. Those that fell on the ground were basically all human martial artists. They were resisting the invasion of the immemorial sword demon. Kill! A terrifying soul pressure appeared, and a complete immemorial sword demon appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that this was an image formed by the soul of the immemorial sword demon, sealed in the fossil. It wasn't a real body, but even so, that terrifying pressure still made him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. The next moment, the immemorial sword demon directly charged over. That terrifying soul pressure made Ling Xiao unable to move. The immemorial sword demon pierced through Ling Xiao. No, to be precise, it directly pierced Ling Xiao into pieces. That was because this fellow was too big. Its size was several hundred times that of Ling Xiao's. It was like using a sharp blade to stab an ant. Boom! Ling Xiao's body shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. His soul seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. Puny human, how dare you oppose our sword demon clan? Die! Kill! This is my will, the unstoppable will of slaughter. The primordial sword demon was expressionless, but its voice was very clear. Humph! You're just the remnant soul of the primordial sword demon. How dare you try to crush my soul? In your dreams. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and the red imprint that had spread out like a flower of blood quickly recovered to its original state. The terrifying Mountain River world appeared on the battlefield. Soul pressure against soul pressure. The will of the mountains and rivers against the will of the sword demon. His originally shattered body actually recovered to its original state. Damn it! How could you have the will of mountains and rivers? You're a human king? No, that's not right. You're not a human king. Your will is too young. The will of the sword demon began to retreat. Facing the will of mountains and rivers, he seemed to have no strength to resist. His heart was already in chaos. His soul also became extremely weak. That's right, I'm not a human king. I will become stronger than him. Ling Xiao did not care if the other party could hear his voice, because these words were said to the primordial sword demon, and also to himself. Damn it, why do humans always have such heaven-defying geniuses? 100,000 years ago, a human king appeared, and 100,000 years later, a freak like you appeared. Amidst the sorrowful roar, the body of the sword demon fell apart, and then all of it fused into Ling Zhao's body. It fused into the black metal piece. The originally silent black metal piece, without any luster, suddenly shone brightly. Then, the metal piece shattered and actually condensed into a black sharp sword. Primordial Sword Demon's 19th generation demon master, Yi Gushun. In that instant, Ling Zhao obtained a very clear message. This black metal piece was actually also the primordial sword demon, and it was the strongest demon master, Yi Gushun. No wonder the degree of compatibility was so good. The name Yi Gushun was given to him by the human king. Originally, the human king and Yi Gushun were also considered good friends. However, in front of friendship and clan, Yi Gushun still chose clan. And Yi Gushun was also personally killed by the human king. This could also be considered an ill-fated relationship. Martial spirit Yi Gushun, ice-cold, will of slaughter, the will of the sword demon that was so sharp that it could cut through everything. Although it had just reached the first level, it already made Ling Zhao feel incomparably powerful. Ling Zhao believed that if Yi Gushun was still alive, the other party did not need to make a move at all. Just the thought could kill him hundreds of times. This was a truly terrifying powerhouse, a powerhouse that could exchange blows with a human king. Today, if not for the help of the will of mountains and rivers, Ling Zhao might not be able to subdue this terrifying will of slaughter. Yi Gushun was the demon master of the primordial sword demon race. Those who died under his hands were all experts of the primordial era, humans and primordial beasts. How terrifying his killing intent was. Only after truly experiencing it would one be able to feel it. Ling Zhao believed that with just Yi Gushun's martial spirit, he would be able to walk further on the path of the sword. As one of the martial spirits that supported the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Zhao was very satisfied with this martial spirit. After that, Ling Zhao spent an hour familiarizing himself with Yi Gushun's martial spirit and tried to control the will of the sword demon. An hour later, he stood up and continued to search for his next target. A moment later, he stood in front of a fossil. Just by approaching it, he could feel an extremely terrifying destructive aura from this fossil. It was a feeling that could destroy everything. It was incomparably domineering and extremely powerful. Primordial god of destruction. This was the god of the primordial beast of destruction race. From the moment this race was born, it was for destruction. Endless destruction. To them, there was no point in doing anything other than destroying. The image of the primordial god of destruction was not quite the same as what Ling Zhao had imagined. Its figure was not tall and looked like an upright mouse. However, when it appeared, it gave off an aura that was even more terrifying than the primordial sword demon. It did not lose out to Yi Gushun at all. Human? Insignificant ant. Gods were indeed different. This kind of high and mighty expression was not faked at all. His aura was absolutely terrifying and domineering. After just one sentence, a ferocious will pounced on Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao stood there, his entire body's battle intent soaring. After fusing with Yi Gushun's soul, Ling Zhao's personality had an additional untamed and cold fearlessness. The will of a human king was eternal and immortal. It was inclusive. Chapter 649. It was completely different from the human king's will of mountains and rivers and Yi Gushun's sword demon will. The ancient god of destruction's will was domineering, cold, and supercilious. He would destroy anyone who made him unhappy. Boom. Ling Xiao's body disintegrated once again. This time, it was even more thorough than before, almost becoming a speck of dust in the air. His soul was also rapidly disintegrating. He suddenly felt as if he had lost all will to resist, allowing his soul to be eaten away by the terrifying will of destruction. Suddenly, in the depths of his soul, a bright light shone like the sun in the night. That was not the will of mountains and rivers, nor the sword demon will, but Ling Xiao's own will. Since young, he had suffered a lot, but never gave up. His own will represented strength, represented never giving up. Fight. In the next moment, his disintegrating body rapidly healed again. The most peculiar thing was that his will was like a red sun, while the will of mountains and rivers and sword demon will were like stars revolving around this red sun. The three forces merged into one and slammed into the ancient god of destruction's will. Why? Why can a puny human's will defeat my will? I'm the god of destruction. The god of destruction. Boom! Amidst his unwilling roar, the ancient god of destruction's body disintegrated, completely disappearing. Then, this powerful will merged into the ancient hell dragon martial soul. The two combined, condensing into an even stronger will. Third level, will of destruction. In an instant, it reached the third level, one level higher than the will of mountains and rivers, and 2 levels higher than the sword demon will, as expected of a god. Even if this god strength was not comparable to the immemorial 9 mystical dragons, it was still stronger than most of the kings of the immemorial tribes. Therefore, after his will merged with the ancient hell dragon, it was naturally stronger. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a violent roar in his spirit sea. He looked inwardly in horror and found that the ancient hell dragon and Yi Gushan were fighting. No wonder the human king warned that it was best to only touch one fossil. Otherwise, it would definitely backfire. These two fellows were fighting in Ling Xiao's spirit sea. Once they went crazy, Ling Xiao estimated that his soul would be greatly damaged and eventually completely shattered. Long to, Yi Gushan, long time no see. Just as Ling Xiao was worrying about how to resolve this matter, another image appeared in his spirit sea. This figure was dressed in flowing white robes and had shoulder-length black hair. Although he looked like an ant in front of the primordial hell dragon and the primordial sword demon lord, his aura was stronger than both of them. It was as if he was the entire world, and the world was him, a perfect world of mountains and rivers condensed behind him. Not only was it rich and colorful, but its power was also extremely terrifying. Human king, it was actually a human king. Despicable Ji Xianyuan, it's actually you, so you're the one who helped this brat subdue me. The ancient hell dragon's true name was actually Dragon Slayer. It was indeed a very domineering name. Big brother human king, I never thought that we would meet again. This time, I must spar with you again. Yi Gushan looked at the human king excitedly. Human king Ji Xianyuan glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. Dragon Slayer, you're wrong. My mountain river martial soul is completely different from his. Moreover, he subdued you with his own ability. It has nothing to do with me. But today, since he found the stone house where I used to cultivate, I'll help him. What do you mean? You want to fight the two of us alone? Dragon Slayer snorted. That's right. The human king's image smiled. Although they were communicating with their soul power, the entire process was within Ling Xiao's body. Therefore, Ling Xiao could hear everything clearly. Ha ha ha, then let's fight. Anyway, I'm the last remnant of my consciousness. Before I completely disappear, it's not bad to destroy your consciousness. Dragon Slayer laughed loudly. Big brother human king, then I'm sorry. Yi Guxian naturally understood the human king's strength, so he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the human king fighting the two of them alone. Although the battle between experts from 100,000 years ago was only a competition between remnant souls, it was almost impossible to see it. Ling Xiao felt that his breathing was a little irregular. However, these three guys were too unscrupulous. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to cause trouble in someone else's spirit sea? My head hurts. Boom. Three extremely terrifying forces soared into the sky in the spirit sea. Ling Xiao felt that his head was about to split open. Destroy everything. Kill. This was probably the first time Dragon Slayer and Yi Guxian had joined forces in 100,000 years. However, on the battlefield, they had joined forces to kill many human experts. Therefore, their joint attack was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This kind of power was even more powerful. It was 3 to 4 times stronger than when they attacked alone. Whether it's destruction or killing, you can't escape the mountain river world. The human king slowly raised his hand. An incomparably vast and terrifying will burst out, as if the sky was pressing down. It was as if the entire world had been turned upside down, pressing down on Dragon Slayer and Yi Guxian. In front of this terrifying will, Dragon Slayer and Yi Guxian's wills began to gradually collapse and disappear. Ji Xianyuan, you son of AB*TCH, are really powerful. Big brother, 100,000 years have passed, and I'm still not your match. Dragon Slayer and Yi Guxian's voices were still echoing in Ling Xiao's mind, but their remnant self-consciousness had completely disappeared. This was necessary. Only when their remnant self-consciousness completely disappeared would Ling Xiao be able to completely control these two martial souls. You're Ling Xiao, right? The human king's image also gradually disappeared, but he still had time to say a few words to Ling Xiao. Yes, your mountain and river martial spirit was originally inherited from me. However, it was broken and then rebuilt. It has completely become something that belongs to you. That is a world. How that world will develop will depend entirely on you. At most, there is no need to be constrained by my way of fighting. The human king slowly said, Junior understands. To be able to receive guidance from the human king was undoubtedly a kind of glory. Moreover, what the other party said was right. After the mountain river, martial soul was broken and rebuilt. It was almost a barren land. Everything had to be created by oneself. As for what kind of mountain river world he could obtain, that was Ling Xiao's problem. The human king could not help, nor could he help. Then goodbye. After saying that, the human king's image completely disappeared and merged into Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul, completely losing his self-consciousness. Thank you, your majesty. Ling Xiao felt the human king's consciousness completely disappear. At the same time, the three wills had completely become his. Chapter 650. Yi Guxian's inheritance was undoubtedly the inheritance of the way of the sword. It was very beneficial to Ling Xiao's development of the way of the sword. The immemorial god of destructions was completely compatible with the immemorial hell dragon. So Ling Xiao merged it into the immemorial hell dragon's will. It was of great help to the destructive power of his martial skills. About an hour later, Ling Xiao felt that he had gained a lot. Although he couldn't completely digest these two inheritances so quickly, it was still of great help to his martial arts. At this time, the immemorial god of destructions and the immemorial sword demon's fossils had already collapsed. Although Ling Xiao wanted to put all the remaining fossils into the mountain river world, it was obviously impossible. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The end result was naturally a tragedy. Ling Xiao shook his head gently, turned around, and walked out. when he came out of the giant sphere, Ling Xiao found that the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General were still recuperating. However, the two of them had more medicinal herbs in their hands, and they looked quite rare. He was probably looking for it in the vicinity when he was bored. Ling Xiao had no intention of snatching these medicinal herbs. He had obtained the martial soul fruit, found the human king's cave, and obtained the immemorial god of destructions and the immemorial sword demon's inheritances. He was already very satisfied. "Brother Ling, what's the situation inside?" Seeing Ling Xiao come out, the Thousand Hands Demon General asked excitedly. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to hide it, so he told the two of them the situation inside. Anyway, there were capable people in this place, so he didn't want to hide it. Unfortunately, after he said it, the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General went crazy. They envied Ling Xiao, but they couldn't go in themselves. Because of the lack of soul power, they didn't even have the chance to get close to the giant sphere. "You really don't want to go in and try? I can help you enter the sphere." Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General looked at each other and said gratefully, "No, thank you for your kindness, Brother Ling, but we know what we're capable of. Even if we really go in, I'm afraid we'll die if we touch those fossils. The two of us don't have too many goals. We're already satisfied that we can reach the celestial realm. That's right. We can't even withstand the soul pressure of the giant sphere. From what you've said, the soul pressure of the fossils inside is dozens of times stronger. If the two of us go in, we'll definitely die." Although Fire Wolf Demonic General was unwilling, he suppressed the impulse in his heart and chose the most rational choice. Ling Xiao secretly praised them. Sometimes people also had to have self-awareness. These two people did a good job. If it wasn't supposed to be his, then he shouldn't force it. Otherwise, he would be courting death. "I respect your choice." Ling Xiao nodded. "May I ask, Brother Ling, did you succeed in touching the fossils?" After asking this question, the Fire Wolf Demon General suddenly felt that he was really stupid. If he didn't succeed, then he would have died inside. Now that Ling Xiao had come out, then he must have succeeded. "I succeeded, but the difficulty was still very high. I felt like my soul was being torn apart by something. If I wasn't careful, I might have died inside," Ling Xiao said with some emotion. But after the first fossil inheritance succeeded, the second one was relatively easier. "Oh, What did you say? You actually inherited 2 inheritances?" The Thousand Hands Demon General looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. He felt like he was looking at a monster. "You can say that. If it wasn't for the human king leaving behind a trace of will to help me get through the difficulties, I really would have died inside." Ling Xiao purposely said this to test the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General. In fact, it didn't matter if outsiders knew about this, but if the two of them reported this to the sea race, then he would be too disappointed. He wanted to bring the two of them out. As the 2 protectors of the Divine Sword sect, they would have the same status as Long Chun and Lin Bei. He had to make sure that the 2 of them had enough trust. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. I found a way to leave this monster's body inside. You 2 get ready, let's go." Since Ling Xiao had absorbed the remnant will of the human king, then he knew how the human king had entered from the outside and how he had left. It turned out that there was a teleportation array in the monster's body that could directly lead to the vicinity of the Demon Castle City. In fact, the Demon Castle City had already existed 100,000 years ago. It was just that it had been renovated and reactivated recently. "That's great, Brother Ling. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have to stay in this damn thing's stomach for the rest of our lives." The Thousand Hands Demon General was really grateful to Ling Xiao because she felt that her skin had already begun to corrode. Although it wasn't too serious now, who knew if it would completely corrode and rot if it continued? Ling Xiao smiled and brought the two of them to the teleportation array. After repairing it a little, the three of them poured their true essence into it. The teleportation array activated, and they left the monster's body at the same time. When they reappeared, they were already in the sea about 10 miles away from the demon castle city. There were basically no sea beasts that could threaten the safety of the three of them. Ha ha ha, that's great. The teleportation array's exit is actually so close to the demon castle city. It seems like someone has used it before. Brother Ling, you really are our lucky star. After the fire wolf demon, General looked around. He was immediately overjoyed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. Let's return to the demon castle city first." Right now, he had an urge to give it a try. Before, because he hadn't found the martial soul fruit and the human king's cave, he didn't want to wreak havoc in the demon castle city. But now, things were different. Not only did he obtain the martial soul fruit, but he also planted the martial soul fruit tree in the Mountain River world. He also found the human king's cave and obtained a powerful inheritance. Now he was satisfied. What he needed to do next was to completely destroy the demon castle city in the sea and save the humans. He wasn't a great hero, but he had dreamed of being one since he was young. He didn't care if others regarded him as a hero or not. He just thought that being a hero was fun. He just wanted to be one and didn't need others to acknowledge him. He didn't want to live for others. So. The three of them sped up on the sea and headed towards the demon castle city. It was only 10 miles. For 3 transcendent realm cultivators, it wouldn't take too long. At the same time, in the palace of the demon castle city. Oh, the 3 of them actually came back alive. What a miracle! The demon castle's great castle master had already come out of seclusion. There was a hint of surprise in his cold eyes. Originally, he wanted to say that Ling Xiao had died outside, but he didn't expect that this little brat could actually come back alive. According to his past experience, as long as someone could come back alive from outside, they would often have huge gains. He believed that these 3 people were no exception. Chapter 651. Humph, let's not talk about the other 2 for the time being. This Ling Xiao's things must be obtained before killing him. Quickly pass down the order. Tell the 3 of them to meet me in the Great Hall immediately. The Great Fort Lord had a plan and ordered his subordinates to summon Ling Xiao, Thousand Hands Demon General and Fire Wolf Demon General. Because he was worried that Ling Xiao would escape, he specially ordered the 3rd and 2nd Fort Lord to follow behind him. However, he obviously worried too much. Ling Xiao soon brought the Thousand Hands Demon General and Fire Wolf Demon General to the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, only the Great Fort Lord, the 2nd Fort Lord, and the 3rd Fort Lord, who had just rushed back, were present. The rest were dismissed. The Seafolk clan naturally didn't want humans to have a share of the good things. Even their lackeys, the Ninja clan, and the Blue Eyes clan were not allowed. Greetings to the 3 Fort Lords. The Thousand Hands Demon General and Fire Wolf Demon General half knelt on the ground and cupped their hands. Ling Xiao just nodded slightly and didn't have the intention to kneel at all. The 2nd Fort Lord was obviously dissatisfied when he saw this, but he was stopped by the Great Fort Lord. Anyway, Ling Xiao was going to die soon. There was no need to make a fuss over such a small matter. Since the 3 of you came back alive, you must have obtained a lot of good things. Hand them over and you can go back and rest. The Great Fort Lord said faintly. What? The Thousand Hands Demon General and Fire Wolf Demon General were shocked. In the past, although they had to hand over 1/3 of the things they obtained, They didn't hand over all of it like this time. Ling Xiao sneered. He had already expected this kind of thing. With the greed of the Sea Folk clan, they would naturally do such a thing. Great Fort Lord, didn't you only hand over 1/3 of it before? Fire Wolf Demon General's temper is more impulsive, so he directly asked. Although he and the Thousand Hands Demon General's harvest wasn't as big as Ling Xiao's, they still collected a lot of spiritual flowers and herbs. They wouldn't hand it all over even if they were beaten to death. Humph, there are hundreds of people who went out with you three, but only the 3 of you came back. This Fort Lord hasn't punished you yet. Now, it's your turn to bargain. The great Castle Lord snorted and said, if you hand it over, your crimes will be written off and you can even get some rewards. If you don't hand it over, only death awaits you. At this time, he had completely revealed a ferocious expression. He did not hide it at all. It could be said that he was completely revealing his ferocious side. The Thousand Hands Devil General and Fire Wolf Devil General turned pale. For the sake of those medicinal herbs, they had almost lost their lives. Now, the great castle master actually wanted to use this as an excuse to take over all of them. It was really hard for them to accept. However, the fear of the sea race that had formed over a long period of time made it impossible for them to face the great castle master's ferocious might directly. Just as they were about to agree, a voice rang out. Humph, what a baseless accusation. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said, what reason do we have to give you 3 sea tribes something that we risked our lives for? Don't forget, this is human territory. You've crossed the line. Although this was the bottom of the sea, it was shallow water and still belonged to the human territory. The sea race lived in the deep sea. Nonsense, because I'm stronger than all of you. If you don't hand it over, it's a capital offense. The great castle lord shouted loudly. That's right, a capital offense. The second castle lord also echoed. What a joke! Just 3 small fish and shrimps dare to behave atrociously in the human territory. Do you really think there's no one in the human tribe? Ling Xiao had just checked, because the great castle lord had a fierce confrontation with the celestial realm expert of the Sword King sect. Although his injuries were completely healed, his cultivation had dropped a lot. He had dropped from a half-step celestial master with 90% of his strength to a half-step celestial master with 40% of his strength. This cultivation was just right for him to practice his skills. He did not even need to use the seal card. Therefore, he was not afraid of this guy at all. Moreover, he had come back this time to cause trouble for the sea race, not to hand over any taxes. The great castle lord, the second castle lord, and the third castle lord all burst into laughter when they heard Ling Xiao's words. They deeply sympathized with Ling Xiao for overestimating himself. The great castle lord smiled. I've even killed celestial realm experts before, let alone you, a mere transcendent. Forget it. Since you want to defy our sea race, I'll let everyone know what the consequences of defying the sea race are. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk as he spoke. He suddenly stood up, and the chair beneath him cracked open. He was also a shark man, the same race as the second castle lord. However, in terms of bloodline awakening, he was much more powerful than the second castle lord. It was obvious that the image of the giant shark behind him was even clearer, and the pressure it exuded was even stronger. In the moment of his fury, a stream condensed from water actually revolved around him. It was an extremely strange sight. Ling Xiao, kneel down right now and offer up what you've obtained, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. The great castle lord did not take action immediately, not because he feared Ling Xiao, but because he was afraid of damaging the martial soul fruit in battle. That would be troublesome. However, if Ling Xiao refused to listen to him, he could only take action. Even if he had to destroy the martial soul fruit, he could not let Ling Xiao leave. Big brother, why waste words with him? Just kill him. The second castle, Lord said loudly. The two of you keep an eye on the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Firewolf Demon General. Don't say anything. The great castle Lord glared at the second castle lord before continuing to stare at Ling Xiao. The water around him became faster and faster. It was only a stream before, but now it had truly become a torrential river. From the looks of it, it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. As he spoke, he did not waste any time. Instead, he was secretly accumulating power. Whether Ling Xiao handed it over or not, he would definitely take action. Originally, you might have been able to live a little longer and deliver a message to the Yin-Yang Demon King, but it looks like you won't have that chance anymore. I'll find someone else to deliver the message. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled in response to the great castle lord's threat. Very good. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being merciless. No matter how even-tempered the great castle lord was, he could not endure Ling Xiao's provocation. His fury immediately erupted like a volcano, and the water around him immediately turned into a white shark that lunged towards Ling Xiao. In terms of power, it was much greater than the second castle lord's attack. The attack was filled with hatred. Even a half-step celestial exalt with only 10 or 20% of his strength would not dare to take it head-on. However, Ling Xiao only watched the great castle lord's attack. He had no intentions of taking action, nor did he have any intentions of summoning his sword. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and the almost tangible will of destruction shot out. Bang! It was just 2 gazes, but the great white shark was smashed into pieces. Even the walls of the hall began to crack. This was a hall that was protected by a special magic array. Furthermore, it was made of special materials. Yet, it had cracked open just like that. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 652, Pum. Kacha, the great castle lord's body smashed through the chair, and then the wall, embedding himself in it. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. This Ling Xiao's cultivation was at most in the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, but with just 2 glances, he was able to make him so embarrassed. The great castle lord couldn't believe this was real. How could a glare be so powerful? How could a glare directly injure someone? Even if his cultivation had dropped to 30% of his strength, a mere 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator couldn't compete with him. It seemed that this Ling Xiao was really strange. No wonder this guy dared to be so disrespectful to him. It turned out that he had such a terrifying trump card. Humph! With a cold snort, the great castle lord broke free from the wall. He wasn't injured. Just now, he didn't expect Ling Xiao's glare to be able to injure him, which was why he was so embarrassed. In fact, he wasn't injured much, just a little dizzy, but he recovered in a moment. Ling Xiao, I admit that you're very strong, beyond my expectations, but do you really think you can defeat this great castle lord? You talk too much nonsense. Ling Xiao showed a disdainful sneer. It seemed that many self-righteous cultivators would say this, and he had met several of them. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Boom. At that moment, the great castle lord's aura became even more powerful, and the water around his body turned into a curtain of water that completely covered his body. Then, a trident appeared in his hand. It was obvious that it was a treasure-grade artifact. If a master of this level didn't even have a treasure-grade artifact, it would be too shameful. However, this guy's treasure-grade artifact was different from the ones Ling Xiao had seen before. There was a water blue gem embedded in his treasure-grade artifact. It was this gem that caused the power of the trident to increase by nearly 2 times. You've never seen this gem before, right? It's called the Heart of the Ocean, a specialty of our sea clan. It has different attributes and grades, and when embedded in different artifacts, it will produce different effects. The great castle lord said with a sinister smile, "Do you want to know the use of this Heart of the Ocean? I'm sorry, but you'd better be a confused ghost." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and casually took out the ice dragon sword. He really had to be serious when dealing with the great castle lord. Otherwise, he might be in danger. You guessed right. We did gain a lot of benefits from this trip to the sea. Now I'll use you to test its power and sharpen my sword. Ling Xiao looked at the first castle lord with a somewhat mocking expression. Arrogant, take this. The great castle lord gripped the trident with both hands, and a fierce water-type true essence continuously poured into it. Then he instantly thrust it out. The giant shark phantom behind him let out a deep roar, obviously increasing the attack power of this strike by quite a bit. While the trident was still in midair, its ferocious power had already caused the entire hall to collapse. The large hall, which was originally filled with cracks, was unable to withstand such a terrifying force at this moment and finally collapsed. Then, the water spread throughout the entire hall, submerging more than half of the hall. To the sea race, water was life, and also the source of power. The power is not bad, but it's useless. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, and a cold chill immediately spread throughout the entire hall. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sounds of collisions were accompanied by continuous thunderous explosions. In just an instant, Ling Xiao had already exchanged dozens of blows with the great castle lord. Both of them wanted to attack each other, but neither of them could directly attack each other. Thus, the explosions caused by the collision of the two weapons occurred. The hall, which was originally almost completely collapsed, could no longer hide the battle here. The entire hall was completely shattered into pieces, so much so that countless people near and far could feel the terrifying battle aura here. Who dares to make a move in the Demon Castle's hall? The first to react were naturally the remaining demon generals and elders. They really couldn't believe that someone would actually make a move in the Demon Castle's hall. That was where the 3 castle lords were. In an instant, almost all the demon generals and elders had arrived near the Demon Castle's hall. When they saw Ling Xiao, everyone was shocked. It's actually this brat. How many lives does he have to dare to provoke the great castle lord? A demon general cried out in alarm. Hee, when the second castle lord and third castle lord gave this brat the position of demon general, they had already discussed that when the great castle lord came out of seclusion, they would kill this thief. Now, the great castle lord should be cleaning up the house. Another demon general sneered. If the great castle lord makes a move, this brat is dead for sure. Ha ha ha, that's right. This brat has never seen the terror of the great castle lord, so he is so bold. After suffering once, he will know what death means. The fire wolf demon general standing at the side couldn't listen anymore. He said coldly, "Are you all blind? The great castle lord has already used the jade water trident, but he still can't do anything to Brother Ling." That's right. Brother Ling didn't use his full strength. The Thousand Hands demon general nodded. Bullsh asterisk T. What benefits did this Ling brat give the two of you to speak up for him? Is he worthy of being compared to my big brother? Don't forget what my big brother's real killing move is. He hasn't used it yet. The second castle lord glared at the Thousand Hands demon general and Fire Wolf demon general angrily. That's right. Once the boss uses his killing move, even a one-line sky realm master will be seriously injured, not to mention this Ling Xiao is just a transcendent realm cultivator. The third castle lord also said, The two castle lords are right. In fact, this brat was killed by the great castle lord's ordinary martial skill. If the great castle lord used his killing move, this brat wouldn't even have a bone left. That's true. I was lucky enough to see the great castle lord's killing move with my own eyes. It was really terrifying. No one under the transcendent realm could survive it. The Thousand Hands Demon General and Fire Wolf Demon General were also worried about Ling Xiao, because they knew very well that the great castle lord had a defensive artifact. Once it was activated, its defensive power would reach the peak of the transcendent realm. Although his cultivation had regressed, his defensive power would not. In that case, Ling Xiao could only be beaten up. They didn't know whether Ling Xiao had a way to deal with it. They could only secretly pray to the heavens for protection. If Ling Xiao won, they would naturally be fine. If Ling Xiao lost or died, then they would definitely be unlucky. It could be said without a doubt that they and Ling Xiao were already in the same boat. If one fell, they would all fall, and if one rose, they would all rise. After a long battle, the great castle lord became more and more furious. What's more, there were more and more onlookers. As the great castle lord of Demon Castle City, if he couldn't even deal with a rebellious human brat, where would his face go? So he didn't intend to hold back. Chapter 653. Brat, to be able to withstand more than 100 moves from this fort lord, you are the first human to be able to do this in so many years. However, this fort lord is tired of it. You should also go and die, lowly and insignificant human. The wild shark had appeared. The great castle lord waved the jade water trident with both hands, and streams of violent water continued to condense on the trident. The water continued to compress and mix, and actually quickly formed a ferocious great white shark. Novel. The white shark roared, bringing along the seawater in the hall, and pounced towards Ling Xiao from all directions, just in time to try out the shadow sword art move that I just comprehended. Ling Xiao had obtained Yi Gushin's sword inheritance, and that was not without any gains. All this time, he had been unable to comprehend even half a move of the shadow sword art, so he had no choice but to use the snow lotus sword art to fight. But it was different now. Shadow sword art. Sword demon descends. The ice dragon sword entered its sheath, and the overflow rain sword was unsheathed. The sword demon descends contained an infinitely terrifying blood aura. Blood fell like rain, causing the surroundings to become extremely eerie and terrifying. This move, the most suitable sword, was the rain attribute overflow rain sword. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had completed the 2 steps of changing swords. Immediately, the sword light exploded, and a human-shaped sword chi broke through the air. Who else could it be but Yi Gushin? Bang! 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 The terrifying human-shaped sword chi directly clashed with the huge white shark, and a series of explosive sounds were heard. The great white shark was actually completely suppressed by the blood-colored, human-shaped sword chi. Of course, this move was the great castle lord's killing move after all. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it contained the energy of the ocean's heart, so it could still hold on for a while. However, it was a pity. The human-shaped sword chi that Ling Xiao released was simply too terrifying, and it came one after another, as if it would never stop. Coupled with the terrifying addition of the overflow rain sword, the huge white shark's body was quickly torn apart and completely shattered. Not only that, one of the great castle lord's arms was also chopped off by the human-shaped sword chi. Dash! Impossible! The great castle lord screamed, unable to believe what had just happened. How could this be? How could this be? That was my killer move. I condensed all of my strength into it. No one in the transcendent realm should be able to break it. He really couldn't believe it because his berserk shark manifestation had killed a lot of people. Even a one-line sky expert would not be able to defeat it head-on. What was even more incomprehensible to him was that the defense he was so proud of had been broken so easily, and one of his arms had even been dismembered. There must be some kind of a mistake. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Grand Castle Master, who was almost crazy, condensed his true essence again and unleashed a powerful mad shark reveal. Now, the sword, the great, the battle to end, the battle to the end. Ling Xiao shook his head in disappointment. The great to Yi, the to the castle, the great Yi actually, he was slightly surprised as well. That move, Sword Demon Descends, was actually so terrifying. A single sword strike was able to release 13 human-shaped sword chis, one after another, causing his opponent to be completely overwhelmed. The Shadow Sword art combined with Yi Guxian's martial soul was really too terrifying. Seeing the great Castle Lord attack again, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and casually swung his sword again. Before the great Castle Lord could finish his sword move, another human-shaped sword chi flew out. This time, the great white shark was shattered even more cleanly. The human-shaped sword chi pounced on the great Castle Lord again. Kacha, the great Castle Lord's other arm was also chopped off. He screamed and knelt on the ground. What? The great Castle Lord was defeated so easily. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Amazing. This sword move is too terrifying. Not only did it break the great Castle Lord's killing move, it even chopped off his arm. This kid is too ruthless. Although the great Castle Lord's cultivation has dropped, he shouldn't be so weak. This kid is too strange. The great Castle Lord had lost both his arms and was almost a cripple. At that moment, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The next moment, the dead silence turned into all kinds of exclamations and gasps. Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. The second Castle Lord couldn't accept the current situation. He had fought with Ling Xiao before, although it was only a confrontation of qi, and he admitted that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wasn't so powerful at that time. It had only been a few days. Did this kid really find a secret treasure? Shut up, all of you. Boss won't lose. He just lost 2 arms. Don't forget that Boss is a shark man. The second Castle Lord roared crazily. The Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Although they had pinned their hopes on Ling Xiao, they really didn't expect that Ling Xiao could be so powerful. This was simply too powerful. Not only was he far more powerful than them, but he had also beaten the great Castle Lord into a pulp. Unless the great Castle Lord recovered his original strength, he was no match for Ling Xiao at all. The great Castle Lord, whose hair was disheveled, burst out a powerful qi that was suffocating. The seawater soared into the sky, forming a huge water curtain. The great Castle Lord, who had lost both his arms, stood up again. Not only that, but his qi had increased a lot. A half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength? What kind of strange method did this guy use to increase his strength to such a high level again? Although he hadn't fully recovered, a half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength really put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. With his current strength, he might not be able to defeat the great Castle Lord, even if he transformed into the primordial golden dragon form. The great Castle Lord looked at Ling Xiao in the distance with a ferocious face and shouted, "Boy, you're strong, really strong. Even though my strength has decreased, you should be proud of yourself for being able to beat me into such a sorry state with the strength of a 9th-level Transcendent Realm cultivator. Unfortunately, you didn't kill me and gave me a chance to unleash my full potential." I have a celestial-grade defensive artifact with the heart of the ocean embedded in it. Now you're dead. Half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength. As expected of the great castle lord, he has such a trump card. Ha ha ha, that boy is dead. Well done, boss. In this way, that boy named Ling Shao will have no chance to make a comeback. That's right, a half-step celestial master with 60% of his strength and a powerful defensive artifact. How can this Ling Shao compare with the great castle lord? In the end, some people were really used to being slaves. When someone was able to challenge their master, what they showed was not joy, but jealousy, anxiety, and even resentment. Chapter 654. I'll take your heart of the ocean. Ling Shao was now very interested in the heart of the ocean. Novel. Unfortunately, this thing could only be produced in the deep sea, and there were very few of them. He had stayed in the Demon Castle City for a while and found that only the great castle lord had the heart of the ocean, and there were only 2 of them. If he got it, it would definitely be of great help to him. After all, in the world of sex, it was impossible to not have combat strength. Potential was very important, but at this stage, a strong combat strength was also very important. Shameless boasting. With my current cultivation and defensive magic treasure, what can you use to fight me? Mad shark manifestation, fury of huge waves. The great castle lord looked at Ling Shao with disdain, and then used almost 90% of his vital essence on this brand new move. This was the killer move of the killer moves. This was his strongest move. However, if he wanted to use this move, he would not be able to defend himself. But the great castle lord believed that with his defensive magic treasure and his current cultivation, even if he did not care about defense, Ling Shao could not hurt him. The aqua trident pierced out again, and an even more terrifying great white shark pounced on Ling Shao, accompanied by a huge wave that wanted to completely drown Ling Shao. What can I use to fight you? You're really stupid to the extreme. Do you really think you're the only one with a trump card? Ling Shao suddenly took out a seal card. This was the seal card of the Transcendent Swordsman, and there was only one use left. The Transcendent Swordsman was a half-step celestial venerable with 50% of his strength. Although he was not as strong as the great castle lord, Ling Shao did not expect him to defeat his opponent directly. As long as he could weaken the opponent's attack power, that would be enough. As soon as the Transcendent Swordsman appeared, a terrifying saber intent spread throughout the hall. The huge saber blade broke through the void and chopped on the great white shark's head. The great castle lord's attack was instantly stopped. Ling Shao entered his human dragon form at this time, and then took a deep breath. The overflow rain sword in his hand kept trembling, and then there was actually a blood-red water flow wrapped around the sword. Behind him, the shadow of a huge black sword appeared. That was the strongest demon master of the immemorial sword demon clan, Yi Gushin. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a terrifying killing intent spread out, and the entire hall began to tremble. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying killing intent actually drove the broken objects in the surroundings to shoot towards the great castle lord. What was even more terrifying was that the weapons in the hands of many elders who were watching couldn't be controlled. They forcefully broke through the restrictions of the storage rings and flew out. Wrapped in Ling Zhao's overwhelming killing intent, they shot towards the great castle lord. It was still the shadow sword technique. It was still the sword demon descending. Bang! The first human-shaped sword chi, together with the transcendent bladesman, sent the first castle lord flying, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. The so-called powerful defense could only ensure that the great castle lord's body wouldn't be pierced, but the terrifying killing intent still caused the great castle lord to suffer serious injuries. Kacha! The second human-shaped sword chi, together with the transcendent Saberman, finally tore apart the defense of the great castle lord. Large cracks immediately appeared on the glass-like blue defensive shield. "Break for me." The third human-shaped sword chi completely merged with the saber chi of the transcendent Saberman, splitting the great castle lord's body into two halves. Even so, the ferocious great castle lord was still alive, and his wounds were still healing. Indeed, the vitality of the sea race was more tenacious than that of the human race. Or was it because of the effect of that defensive magic treasure? No matter what, the great castle lord was now in such a sorry state. He was not far from death. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. There's no need to talk about Jianghu morality. Let's join hands and kill this brat. He must have a treasure on him. At this moment, the great castle lord had completely lost the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao. He actually called for the onlookers to join hands and deal with Ling Xiao. There was no other way. Ling Xiao gave him too much pressure. There was also that mysterious ceiling card, which he couldn't understand at all. Now, unless his cultivation recovered to its peak, he would definitely not be a match for Ling Xiao. This young man had completely broken his understanding of human cultivators, as well as his usual pride. Therefore, he could only ask for help from others. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Do you all want to die? The second castle lord roared. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying that those who supported the great castle lord were now terrified. Hearing the great castle lord's request for help, they didn't dare to attack. But the second castle lord and the great castle lord have both been defeated. What's the use of us going up? If we can't kill him, we'll all die. Someone muttered. A bunch of idiots. Do you think he didn't consume any energy after fighting with the great castle lord for such a long time? He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. He's just pretending to be calm. As long as we join hands, we'll definitely be able to kill him. The third castle lord scolded. It seems to make sense. Yes, that brat should have a treasure on him. As long as we kill him, we can get it. Attack. Kill. These demon generals and elders were already used to obeying the orders of the sea race. At this moment, after being fooled by the third castle lord, they had completely forgotten who they were. Apart from the Thousand Hands demon general and the Fire Wolf demon general, the rest of them all pounced forward and besieged Ling Xiao to buy time for the great castle lord to recover. Fire Wolf. The Thousand Hands demon general looked at the Fire Wolf demon general and said, "Brother Ling is in trouble. Should we help?" "Of course. The three of us are in the same boat. If he dies, the two of us won't be able to live either." The Fire Wolf demon general might be impulsive and reckless, but at the crucial moment, he had great wisdom. "All right, let's attack." The two of them made up their minds and were about to attack when they suddenly heard Ling Xiao's voice. "The two of you don't have to attack. Just stand aside and watch. I alone am enough for this battle." Ling Xiao wanted the Thousand Hands demon general and the Fire Wolf demon general to witness his powerful strength. This way, it would be easier for them to cooperate in the future. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they slowly withdrew their true essences. Although they didn't know what Ling Xiao meant, based on their understanding of Ling Xiao, this person would never fight an unprepared battle. Since he didn't want them to attack, there must be a reason. With the second castle lord and the third castle lord leading the dozen or so experts with weapons in their hands, they surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. The chaotic power gathered together and was extremely terrifying. The true essences rippled, and even their eyes could be seen hundreds of miles away. Everyone in the demon castle city could feel it. Ling Xiao looked at these people and couldn't help but show some disdain. He had never been afraid of fighting one against many. He raised the Overflow Rain Sword. This treasured sword of the precious grade had its own special skill, Rotting Sword Rain. Moreover, the stronger the sword owner was, the more powerful this skill would be. Now, coupled with the powerful killing intent released by Yi Guxian's martial soul, even Ling Xiao himself wasn't very clear on how terrifying its power was. Chapter 655. Massacre Decaying Sword Rain. Whoosh! Torrential rain poured down. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were tiny short swords. Upon closer inspection, one could sense that each of the short swords was filled with terrifying killing intent. The dense sword chi poured down like a torrential rain, enveloping all the enemies within a radius of dozens of meters. However, due to the control of his will, he was able to avoid the Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General. Chi, 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 chi. The sword chi that contained the terrifying killing intent was almost invincible and indestructible. Wherever it landed, it would rot and decay. As for the people standing there, they were also powerless in front of this terrifying sword intent, and they fell to the ground one after another, unable to get up. At this time, any protective true essence or defensive magic treasures were meaningless. As long as they were not as strong as Ling Xiao, there was only one outcome: defeat. In an instant, it was not even a blink of an eye, the number of people who charged forward was the same as the number of people who fell. These people were all heavily injured and could not get up. Their faces were filled with fear and regret. Ling Xiao kept the Overflow Rain Sword because there was no need to continue attacking. The extraordinary swordsman swung his saber, and these people were all turned into ghosts under his saber. Broken limbs flew all over the place. They did not even have the chance to beg for mercy or escape. Ling Xiao was never a merciful person. If someone wanted to kill him, he would only retaliate with 10 or 100 times the strength. He would not give the other party any chance. The Thousand Hands Demon General and the Fire Wolf Demon General were dumbfounded. The two of them even wanted to help just now. There was no need for that at all. All of a sudden, they caught a glimpse of a figure flying through the air. "Brother Ling, the Grand Castle Lord is escaping." The Thousand Hands Demon General shouted. "He can't escape." Ling Xiao sneered. The 36 celestial dipper swords flew out from his back and caught up with the Grand Castle Lord at an extremely fast speed. Then, the Grand Castle Lord's body was pierced like a beehive. There were 36 eyes of various sizes. Not one more, not one less. Bang! The Grand Castle Lord fell dozens of meters away like a dead dog. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and kept the Heaven Dipper flying sword before walking towards the great Castle Lord's corpse. After searching for a while, he found 3 things on the great Castle Lord's corpse: precious grade, artifact, emerald water, trident, tortoiseshell heart protection, mirror. There was also a storage ring. Ling Xiao didn't care about the turtle water trident and the tortoiseshell breastplate. What he cared more about was the heart of the ocean inlaid on them. "Brother Ling, this heart of the ocean can only be inlaid and plucked by the gemsmiths of the sea race. It's a pity that the sea race here have all moved away. Otherwise, we would be able to pluck it." As soon as the Thousand Hands Devil General finished speaking, he was dumbfounded. This was because Ling Xiao had already taken the 2 hearts of the ocean. Of the 2 oceans' hearts, one was of the water attribute, and the other was of the earth attribute. They corresponded to artifacts. In other words, treasure-level treasures could be embedded, but treasure-level treasures and above couldn't be used. It was too easy for him to remove the heart of the ocean. His mountain and river martial soul just casually analyzed it and knew how to pluck and inlay it. He didn't need any gemsmiths at all. Ling Xiao embedded the water attribute heart of the ocean into the overflowing rain sword. This way, the precious grade overflowing rain sword's power would be increased by nearly 2 times. Moreover, its toughness and sharpness wouldn't be far from the immortal grade artifact. There was a huge difference between an inlaid gem and an uninlaid gem. As for the other heart of the ocean, he re-inlaid it on the tortoiseshell breastplate. In any case, none of the weapons could be used. If the attributes were wrong, not only would it not increase the attack, it would also affect it. However, the tortoiseshell breastplate was quite good for increasing the defense. Ling Xiao had carefully studied the market of treasures before. At least in the world of sex, the value of defensive treasures was definitely higher than the value of offensive and auxiliary treasures. The reason was very simple. If you lost your life, then everything was meaningless. A single treasure artifact, level defensive artifact, was enough to make transcendent realm cultivators fight to the death for it, not to mention a defensive treasure inlaid with the heart of the ocean. Even a cultivator who had just entered the heaven realm would crazily fight for it. Even if a transcendent realm cultivator had such a treasure, they wouldn't dare to make it public because with their strength, they wouldn't be able to keep it. Ling Xiao having such a treasure could be said to have an extra life. After all, the opponents he was facing were getting stronger and stronger. An extra layer of protection meant less danger. After dealing with the 2 hearts of the ocean, Ling Xiao checked the Great Castle Lord's storage ring. This guy's storage ring was really rich. There were actually 1 million low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. There were even dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao still couldn't use high-grade spirit stones because his cultivation wasn't high enough. He couldn't directly absorb world energy from high-grade spirit stones. Probably even a heaven realm cultivator couldn't do it. Maybe he would have to reach the Grotto Heaven realm or even the Yin Yang realm. But medium-grade spirit stones were different. For Ling Xiao, they were what he needed the most for his current cultivation. He didn't expect to obtain 100,000 of them at once. This should be enough for him to advance from the early 9th layer transcendent realm to the half-step heavenly venerable realm. But if he wanted to advance further, it wasn't enough. He had to continue looking for more. The 2nd Castle Lord, 3rd Castle Lord, and the other demon generals and elders also had low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones in their storage rings. But there were more low-grade spirit stones, about 1 million in total, about the same as the Great Castle Lord. There were few medium-grade spirit stones. These people only had 10,000 in total, which was only 1/10 of the Great Castle Lord's medium-grade spirit stones. Of course, in addition to spirit stones, these people's storage rings also had a lot of weapons and martial arts secret manuals. But most of them didn't catch his eye, and he didn't need them. The only Jade grade, entry grade martial art was the movement technique, Dragonfish Transformation. Ling Xiao looked at it carefully and felt that Dragonfish Transformation was similar to Golden Dragon Wings. The latter was a movement technique for flying. The former was a movement technique for diving into the deep sea. He could integrate Dragonfish Transformation into Cloud Dragon Divine Journey. In this way, he would be able to fly into the sky and dive into the sea. There was nothing he couldn't do. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. At this time, Demon Fortress City had undergone earth-shattering changes. Originally, only the Great Castle Lord could control the transmission array, but Ling Xiao had completely comprehended it. As a result, most of the humans who were imprisoned or trapped in Demon Fortress City chose to leave. The Thousand Hands Demon General, Fire Wolf Demon General, and Tu Yan's family all went to the Divine Sword sect under Ling Xiao's arrangements. Of course, there were also many people who chose to stay. They had already adapted to life here and felt that they didn't need to be affected by the secular world. More importantly, now that there were no castle lords, demon generals, or elders, they could control their own destiny. Chapter 656. On Whale Island, Ling Zhao's figure disappeared in a flash. Moments later, Whale Island was smashed into smithereens and sunk into the sea. Only the Whale Island master was dragged to the shore by Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered with a strange fluctuation. Not only had he grasped Yi Guxian's will of massacre, the ancient destruction god, and ancient hell dragon's will of destruction, and the mountain river martial soul's mountain river martial soul, he had also learned the Lantern Fish clan's soul manipulation secret technique. Will was also a manifestation of soul power, and the soul manipulation secret technique was the manipulation and use of soul power. Ling Zhao was able to grasp these three martial soul wills so quickly because of the Lantern Fish clan's martial soul secret technique. The more he understood his own soul, the more surprised Ling Zhao was. That was because he discovered that after fusing with the mountain river martial soul and awakening the ancient golden dragon, there was a hidden corner in the depths of his spiritual sea. The terrifying soul power hidden in this corner was 100 times stronger than his current soul power. It was a pity that he couldn't fully utilize it with his current strength. He didn't discover it because he didn't have a deep understanding of soul power. Now that he had discovered it, he could begin to extract the soul power hidden in this corner. He believed that this would be very beneficial to his future development. It might even become a huge trump card for him. Humph, lowly human. Since you've already seen through my identity, then kill me if you want. Don't think that we, the powerful sea race, will be afraid. Sooner or later, my kind will avenge me. Whale Island Master finally understood that Ling Zhao knew his true identity. This guy didn't beg for mercy and was rather unyielding. Is that so? Now kneel down and answer my question. Strange inscriptions flickered in Ling Zhao's eyes. Then, under the control of the soul manipulation secret technique, the powerful mountain river martial soul entered Whale Island Master's spiritual sea. He just stood there with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind, but the color of his eyes was a little strange. It was deep and vast, as if it could suck in the souls of others. Whale Island Master was originally very unyielding. He kept saying that he would kill if he wanted to, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly glazed over. Then he obediently knelt on the ground like an obedient puppet. It really works. Ling Zhao smiled faintly. Although he had only skimmed through the soul manipulation secret art, he had already grasped many of the tricks of manipulating soul power. Using the suppression of the mountain river will to control a person's mind was one of them. It was only his first attempt, and he didn't expect to succeed. Yes, Whale Island Master nodded. He didn't seem to have the slightest ability to resist Ling Zhao's words. Even if Ling Zhao asked him to die, he would not hesitate to end his own life. Very good. Ling Zhao smiled and asked, "Are you from the Storm Legion?" "Yes," Whale Island Master answered without any hesitation. This matter was actually a secret to the sea race. After their Storm Legion was established, they had always been operating in secret. Not only did they target the Heavenly Dragon continent, but they also targeted the Divine Phoenix continent and the other 12 continents. Ling Zhao had asked about this matter in detail. Unfortunately, Whale Island Master was only a small character and didn't know enough details. But even so, this information was very important. One had to know that the Storm Ocean occupied 70% of the Mystic World's surface area. It was much larger than the continents. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Heaven's Chosen Gate were all within the Storm Ocean's range. According to historical records, The mystic world was a square continent that was enveloped by a spherical barrier formed by the mystic world's laws. But no one knew what was outside the mystic world's laws because those who left the mystic world had never returned. After that, Ling Xiao asked a few more questions related to the sea race. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Currently, the sea race's infiltration of humans had reached a very serious level. He didn't know about the other continents, and neither did Whale Island Master. However, on the Heavenly Dragon continent, the ninja race had completely surrendered to the sea race. The Blue Eyes race had also become the sea race's frontline base. The Barbarian race also had a base for the sea race, but it wasn't as big as the Blue Eyes races. As for the Sacred Dynasty, the 12 sects, including the Yuehua school, all had higher-ups who had surrendered or been controlled by the sea race. But it was a pity that this information was very confidential, and Whale Island Master couldn't possibly know about it. Do you know where that Su Dao went? Ling Xiao asked one last question. He's dead, Whale Island Master replied. When you sunk Whale Island just now, he also died. Ling Xiao nodded. Although he couldn't be sure that Su Dao was really dead, he guessed that it wasn't far off. It's about time. Ling Xiao stored Whale Island Master into his beast ring. He was going to bring him back to the sect and hand him over to Wu Xiang to deal with. After all, this was a living member of the sea race. It was also proof of Ling Xiao's words. 2 hours later, Divine Sword Sect, Great Master Baiyun's bedroom. How is it? Is Bai Feifei willing to acknowledge you as her father? Ling Xiao definitely wanted to meet Great Master Baiyun before he left. Sigh, that girl was really ruined by the flame deity. Her head is filled with all kinds of nonsense. If I want her to change, I can only do it slowly. Great Master Baiyun sighed, but soon he became happy again. Let's not talk about her. You, on the other hand, really surprised this old man. Back then, I actually didn't want to bring you to the Yuehua school because your talent wasn't enough. Now, it seems that I was extremely stupid. He still clearly remembered that the last time Ling Xiao returned to the Divine Sword Sect, he was still an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. But this time, he was already a core disciple, and his status was equal to that of an inner elder. He didn't even think about such a situation. He still remembered that when he sent Ling Xiao, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum to the Yuehua school, his only hope was that one of the three of them could become a disciple of the Yuehua school. He didn't dare to think about anything else. But now, Ling Xiao was actually the strongest disciple of the Yuehua school. Dai Yuling was also ranked 5th among the core disciples. The only one who didn't have any news was Cold Plum. Cold Plum is fine. I can confirm this. After I advance to the celestial realm, I'll go and find her. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the clearer he could sense Cold Plum. He knew that Cold Plum was in the valley of the Yuehua school, but with his current cultivation, he really wasn't qualified to enter that place. But fortunately, Cold Plum was not dead. That was enough. It's good that she's fine. By the way, why did you leave for so long this time? Did something happen? Great Master Baiyun asked doubtfully. Have you heard of the Sea Clan? Ling Xiao asked. No. Chapter 657. If you've never heard of the Sea Clan, have you heard of the Aquamarine Divine Palace? Ling Xiao asked again. Ling Xiao had heard of the Aquamarine Divine Palace from the Whale Island Master. According to the Whale Island Master, this sect might have some connection with the Sea Clan. However, the Whale Island Master didn't know what the connection was. Aquamarine Divine Palace. Master Baiyun's eyes were filled with fear. Ling Xiao, listen carefully. Among the 12 sects, this Aquamarine Divine Palace is extremely mysterious and terrifying. Although it's ranked 2nd, many people believe that this sect definitely has the strength to become the head of the 12 sects. Master Bayun explained, there are no men in this aquamarine divine palace. All the disciples are women. Furthermore, this sect is located in a huge ice lake in the northern part of the sacred dynasty. Unless they are willing, no one can enter. All women. And so mysterious? Ling Xiao frowned. Usually, such a sect would have something fishy going on. That's right. Of course, it wouldn't be a big deal if that was all. The key point is that the women of the Aquamarine Divine Palace are extremely vicious. They would often kidnap human men. After that, those men were never heard of again. Master Bayun continued. If he were to judge from Master Bayun's words, he really wouldn't know what this Aquamarine Divine Palace was like. The only thing he knew was that these people were all women and liked to kidnap men. Oh, I almost forgot. What's surprising is that the Aquamarine Divine Palace has never openly recruited disciples in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. The origins of their disciples are all very mysterious. Great Master Bayun added, "That's even more strange." Ling Xiao stroked his chin and said, "Thank you, Master. Then Bai Feifei will stay with you and slowly train her. In the end, she is also a victim. As for me, I still have to rush back to the sect. The Four Sects tournament is about to begin. I can't miss it." This Master Bayun seemed to have something to say, but was too embarrassed to say it. "Master, no matter what unhappiness we had in the past, we are now master and disciple. Furthermore, you have been overseeing the Divine Sword Sect for me for a long time. Is there anything you can't say to me?" Ling Xiao smiled. "That girl said that unless Heavenly Venerate Demon Flame is dead, she won't call me father." Great Master Bayun smiled bitterly. In his opinion, such a thing was simply impossible. Even though Ling Xiao was now a ninth-layer transcendent realm master, the flame deity's cultivation speed was just as fast and was now much stronger than before. Just chasing after him was already strenuous enough. Trying to kill him was simply impossible. "It's quite difficult, but no problem," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You agreed. Why not?" Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "The flame deity has tried every means to obstruct my cultivation and even tried to kill me many times. If I don't get rid of this old thing, am I still a human? Don't worry. Not only will I kill him, I will also take back the wisdom bone for you. It's better to be careful. Don't force yourself too much." Great Master Bayun reminded. "Master, in the past, I didn't even have the qualifications to enter Yuehua school, but now I'm already a core disciple. I even have to represent the sect to participate in the Four Sects martial arts competition. In this world, nothing is impossible. The key is whether or not we dare to think about it." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "If we don't even dare to think about it, then what's the difference between us and a salted fish?" That's true. If you can participate in the Four Sects martial arts competition, then the sacred dynasty should also be qualified to participate. To put it bluntly, the Four Sects martial arts competition is just a private competition. However, the sacred dynasty's martial arts competition is the most popular event in the entire Heavenly Dragon Continent. At that time, you will truly be able to see what the geniuses of the Heavenly Dragon Continent are like. Great Master Bayun nodded and sighed. At his best, he was just a low-level inner disciple. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the Four Sects martial arts competition, let alone the Sacred Dynasty's martial arts competition. He didn't expect that his disciple would actually be able to participate in such a grand event. This really made him feel gratified. "There's one more thing that I almost forgot to tell you. I've already killed Ming Tian. That brat walked the path of evil and was actually completely controlled by the demon fox." Sigh, "Great Master, This knot in your heart can finally be pacified. Before leaving, Ling Xiao told Great Master Baiyun about Ming Tian's matter. This was because he really didn't know whether he should say it or not. After all, Ming Tian was a disciple that Great Master Baiyun both loved and hated. Mo Yen, oh Mo Yen, you thought that you could completely defeat me by stealing my best disciple? But now, you've really lost completely. Even if you stole my wisdom bone, you're still a loser. Great Master Baiyun instantly felt his body and mind relax. Ling Zhao's rise, his daughter's return, and Ming Tian's death. Great Master Baiyun's cultivation had also started to increase with Ling Zhao's help. Everything seemed so wonderful, and all these benefits were because he had taken in a disciple called Ling Xiao. After returning to Yuehua School, Ling Xiao immediately handed Whale Island's master over to Wuxiang. Ling Xiao gave his own opinion on this matter. It's very likely that there are sea race spies among the upper echelons of Yuehua School. Since Whale Island's master is already useless, why don't we use him to set a trap and lure them out? Although this might not be able to lure out all the spies, it would at least prove that Whale Island's master was right. The 12 sects had indeed been infiltrated, and the problem was very serious. A few days later, the former head of the law enforcement hall, Elder Jean, was ambushed by Wuxiang and captured on the spot. This matter shocked the entire Yuehua School. They didn't expect that the Yuehua School's law enforcement hall's head would actually be a sea race spy. This problem was too serious. Fortunately, the Moonlight Fairy had stepped forward and removed Elder Jean from his position as head. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble would have happened? Originally, the sect had different opinions on this matter. The main reason was that the new sect master, Wuxiang, was using this matter to attack the old powers. However, Whale Island's master's confession, coupled with the video released by Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, completely dispelled this suspicion. For a time, the Yuehua School became more united. Those who originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble also stopped moving. Of course, these matters were handled by Wuxiang from the beginning to the end. After Ling Xiao returned to the sect, he went into seclusion in his cave abode. The appearance of the Sea Race, the Storm Army, the Yin-Yang Demon King, the Heaven's Chosen Gate, and the Heaven's Chosen Sea Route filled Ling Xiao with thoughts of becoming stronger. He was lucky to have killed the Plague Demon King. He killed the evil beast Demon King purely because the Moon Fairy had injured him. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't treat luck as strength because that wasn't reliable. The Demon Castle's great castle master was a half-step heavenly venerable with 90% of his strength. He believed that the Yin-Yang Demon King should at least be a Heaven Realm expert, or even more terrifying. Chapter 658. Ling Xiao felt that the people he would be facing in the future would be more terrifying and powerful than ever before. Therefore, he couldn't relax in the slightest. No matter how the outside world changed, becoming stronger was the only way out. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the four-sect martial competition. During this time, Ling Xiao not only used mid-grade spirit stones to break through to the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, but he also became more proficient in using the 3 types of will. His familiarity with the soul-controlling secret technique had also entered a new stage. Now, he could control ordinary beasts and trees with the will of the mountains and rivers. Outside the Immortal's cave, Zhao Xi was just about to approach when suddenly a bear rushed out and spoke to Zhao Xi. "What's wrong, Zhao Xi? Is something the matter?" Zhao Xi was startled by the black bear, but it was only an ordinary beast, so he quickly calmed down. Moreover, from the black bear's voice, it was Ling Xiao. "Your senior brother Ling?" "You can say so. What's the matter?" The black bear asked. "Senior brother Ling, The four-sect martial competition is about to begin. The sect master ordered you to set off, and specially sent me to inform you. Zhao, she respectfully replied. And I understand. I'll go immediately. Ling Xiao withdrew his soul force. The black bear looked around in confusion before disappearing into the forest. These animals also knew how powerful Yuehua School's disciples were. They couldn't afford to offend any of them. After withdrawing his soul force, Ling Xiao headed to the sect's main hall. At this moment, Lan Yu, Tantai, Lingzi, Lung Hao, and Dai Yuling had already arrived. As their masters, Chang Yueli, Chang Yueying, and Heavenly Venerable Golden Light would follow them. As the sect master, Wu Xiong naturally had to go as well. In any case, with the Moon Maiden overseeing the sect, he didn't have to worry too much. The flame deity had lost all his disciples and started cultivating in seclusion. He seemed to no longer place his hopes on his disciples and was wholeheartedly increasing his own strength. Ling Xiao discovered that other than him, the other four people's cultivation had increased to varying degrees. Lan Yu was a half-step, heavenly venerable with 50% of her strength. Tantai Lingzi was a half-step, heavenly venerable with 30% of her strength. Lung Hao was an early-stage, transcendent, realm 9th layer cultivator. Dai Yuling was at the early stage of the transcendent realm. In contrast, Ling Zhao's cultivation had been progressing much more slowly during this period of time, mainly because he had been focusing on other aspects of his cultivation. However, reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the transcendent realm wasn't bad, much stronger than when he went to Demon Fortress City. However, this guy's appearance was still at the early stage of the transcendent realm. Keeping a low profile would make it hard for the enemy to figure out. What he didn't know was that the four of them had really put in all their effort to cultivate in the sect. They were so tired that they were almost exhausted. Relying on the benefits obtained from the Moonlight Pagoda, their cultivation would naturally advance by leaps and bounds for a period of time. However, after this period of time, unless there were other fortuitous encounters, it would be impossible for his cultivation to increase so quickly. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Wu Xiong glanced at everyone, feeling quite proud of himself. The current Yuehua school was no longer the same as before, especially Ling Zhao's strength, which was simply unfathomable. He believed that in this four-sect martial competition, he would definitely be able to achieve impressive results. Wu Xiong touched the crescent-shaped pendant hanging from his neck. Then a white light appeared, and a huge treasure ship appeared out of thin air. It was more than 10 meters long and 6 to 7 meters wide, like a crescent moon. This is our Yuehua School's Moonlight Treasure Ship. In addition to having the attack and defense of a half-step Heavenly Venerable, its speed is comparable to that of a Heaven Realm Master. However, it requires spirit stones, which isn't something ordinary people can afford. So it's usually only used when participating in grand events like the four-sect martial competition or the martial arts festival. Wu Xiong explained, and the eyes of the Yuehua school disciples lit up. There was no doubt that this was a special kind of mobile puppet. The Moonlight Treasure Ship started moving and instantly flew away from the Yuehua school, heading towards the Sword King sect at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. 2 hours later, it was already noon. The Moonlight Treasure Ship pierced through the clouds and appeared above the Sword King sect. Its speed also quickly slowed down. Every sect was protected by a large formation. After approaching, if one was too fast, they might be attacked. Even Wu Xiong, who had just become the sect leader, knew this very well. What a beautiful scenery! The ship slowed down, and Ling Xiao also had time to admire the scenery of the Sword King sect. It had to be said that compared to the Yuehua school, the scenery of the Sword King sect was even more magnificent. It had a sharp and dangerous feeling like a swordsman. A huge waterfall poured directly from the top of the mountain to the bottom. What a great place! It's as if every inch of land and every leaf is condensed with sword intent. It's so exciting to see. Ling Xiao said with emotion. Isn't that so? The history of the Sword King sect isn't any worse than the Yuehua school. Moreover, although they haven't fallen, their recent rise has far surpassed the Yuehua schools. They really can't be underestimated. Lan Yu said with a smile. The Moonlight treasure ship landed, and the Sword King sect sent an outer sect elder and a few outer sect disciples to welcome them. Their attitude was still considered respectful. However, it made people a little unhappy. Humph, this Sword King sect is obviously looking down on our Yuehua school. It's always like this during every 4 sects tournament. The people who welcome the Beast King Palace are always the inner sect elders, and the people who welcome us are always the outer sect elders. As the former head of the Yuehua school, Chang Yueying had also been to the Sword King sect a few times. She had always been brooding about this matter. Respect needs to be earned with strength. Wu Xiang sneered. I believe that after this 4 sects tournament, they won't dare to look down on our Yuehua school anymore. Oh, when did the Yuehua school change its head? But it's useless. It's the same all the time. It's still the trash of the 12 sects. Suddenly, a very unpleasant voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a 2-legged flying dragon descending from the sky. On the back of the dragon were a group of people from the Beast King Palace. The one who spoke was an inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace. Wu Xiang sneered. Who's the trash? You'll know after this 4 sects tournament. The Yuehua school of today is no longer the same as before. On the other hand, the core disciples of your Beast King Palace were actually dealt with by us, an outer sect disciple. How laughable! You, the inner sect elder of the Beast King Palace, was so angry that his face turned red. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ling Xiao, an outer sect disciple, had indeed killed the core disciple, Wang Shi. All right. Everyone here is a guest. Don't ruin the harmony over such a small matter. The inner sect elder of the Sword King sect, who came to welcome the people from the Beast King Palace, stepped forward to mediate. Chapter 659. Humph, for your sake, I'll let this junior off. The Beast King Palace elder snorted and looked at Wu Xiang with disdain. He then led the 5 disciples of the Beast King Palace inside. 2 of them were Ying Wuya and Shi Jiao. Back then, Ling Xiao had killed Shi Mei in the Plague Valley. Shi Jiao and Shi Mei were twins, and Ying Wuya was a core disciple of the Beast King Palace. At that time, Ying Wuya was ranked 9th, now that he had obtained the Golden Rock Martial Soul Inheritance. Ying Wuya was ranked 2nd in the Beast King Palace, and Shi Jiao was ranked 5th. Both of them were very powerful. Ling Xiao, you didn't forget about the Plague Valley, right? You don't have to go to the Beast King Palace. We'll fight tomorrow in the Sword King sect. Suddenly, Ying Wuya's provocative voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Since you're provoking me, why do you have to be so sneaky? Ying Wuya, you better not disappoint me at the 4-sect competition tomorrow. Ling Xiao laughed. Brat, you're crazy enough. Ying Wuya's pupils constricted, and he looked like a pair of eagle eyes. He looked very fierce. Ling Xiao smiled, but no longer paid attention to Ying Wuya. Ying Wuya was so angry that his face turned ugly. Senior brother Ying, why bother arguing with him? Let's just take his life in tomorrow's battle. Shi Jiao said in a low voice. Of course. Everyone from the Beast King Palace followed the Sword King sect's inner sect elder to their residence. Let's go. Wu Xiang looked at the people from the Beast King Palace and said to the crowd, Elder, may I ask if the people from the Divine Sword sect have arrived? Ling Xiao suddenly asked, Divine Sword sect? Oh, they arrived yesterday. They said they were going to play in the Sword King city, but a day has passed, and they still haven't returned. When the outer sect elder spoke, a disdainful and sinister smile appeared on his face. Ling Xiao frowned. There must be something going on. Is the Sword King city the city at the foot of the mountain? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. If you guys are interested, you can go to Sword King City to play. In any case, the 4-sect martial competition will officially begin tomorrow. The elder laughed. Fine, who wants to go with me? Ling Xiao asked. Other than Tantai Lingzi, Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, and Lung Hao all nodded. Since that's the case, Lu Tsang, bring our guests to Sword King City. The outer sect elder sent an outer sect disciple he brought along as a guide, leading Ling Xiao and the others to Sword King City. Sword King City wasn't large. Its scale might not even be comparable to Celestial Peak City. However, this city was bustling with activity. It seemed as if martial artists from all over the world were here to play and trade. Everyone, let's go in. When they arrived at the Sword King City, Lu Tsang said respectfully, he was just an outer disciple of the Sword King sect. Although he was disdainful of the core disciples of the Yuehua school, he didn't dare to offend them. After all, they were transcendents, while he was just a martial vein realm cultivator. The gap between them was too big. Unless he wanted to die, he really didn't dare to offend these people. To enter Sword King City, each person had to pay 1,000 low-rank spirit stones. This wasn't a small amount, and Lu Tsang had no intention of paying. However, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Ling Xiao. He casually threw out 4,000 low-rank spirit stones to the guards. Not only did they have to pay spirit stones, but as long as you weren't a disciple of the Sword King sect, you had to pay. Of course, Lu Tsang didn't have to pay. After entering the city, the few of them couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions. Their first impression was that there were so many people here. From the outside, the city wasn't as big as Celestial Peak City, but the population in the city was more than 10 times that of Celestial Peak City. Haha, this is the most prosperous city in the eastern part of the Sacred Dynasty. Don't be fooled by its small size. It uses a special spirit array to separate several spaces. The actual space is almost the same as the imperial city of the Sacred Dynasty. Lu Tsang said proudly, "This is a city that belongs to our Sword King sect. I guess your Yuehua school doesn't have it, right? What can we do here?" Ling Xiao interrupted Lu Tsang's boasting and asked directly, esteemed guests, there are many fun places here. There are only things you can't think of, but nothing you can't find." Lu Tsang chuckled. "Do you need a beautiful woman? Come here. Do you need a handsome young master? Come here. Do you need to spend a lot of spirit stones? Come here. You need to find exciting games? You can also come here. Here, you can buy almost all the high-grade goods in the Heavenly Dragon continent, including monster beasts, vicious beasts, and cultivators. There's a special slave auction house here. Are you interested in shopping? Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao asked lightly. "Yes, of course. When it comes to Sword King City, the most famous place is the Colosseum. You can watch the battles between monster beasts and vicious beasts as spectators. It's absolutely exciting. You can also participate in the battles yourself. If you win, you can get a lot of rewards." Lu Tsang laughed. Moreover, the Colosseum not only has monster beasts and vicious beasts, but also some prisoners and slaves. In order to gain freedom, they will also participate in the battles. Recently, I heard that there's a new batch of goods. Why don't you go and take a look? Let's go there and take a look. When Ling Xiao asked, he had already released his powerful soul power and used earth vision and sky listening. The Colosseum should be located about a mile away from where they were standing. "Okay, please follow me." Following Lu Tsang, the group arrived in front of a strange door. The door stood there, and you could even walk around it. In the past, it was just a door, but after it was opened, it was a brand new world. Hua! The moment the door opened, a cacophony of noises could be heard. There was applause, cheers. There were also battle cries. These sounds were completely intertwined, making the entire space seem to be boiling with blood. The Colosseum was very similar to the battle stage. The difference was that the battle stage was higher than the spectator seats. The battle stage of the Colosseum was a large, circular pit, like a basin. There were rows of passages around it. At this moment, the Colosseum was already crowded with people. It was very lively. You guys have come to the right place. The Colosseum has no less than 100,000 people every day. It's definitely the most lively place in Sword King City. The disciples of Sword King sect often come here to participate in the Colosseum. They want to hone their combat skills and earn some spiritual stones to spend. Lute Song smiled as he pointed at the dense crowd seated around them. The way he looked at Ling Xiao, and the rest was as though he was looking at a bunch of country bumpkins. So, the battle in the Colosseum shouldn't be a life and death battle? Dai Yuling asked curiously. Chapter 660. The winner lives, and the loser dies. This was the rule of the bestial battle arena. This place was very cruel, but because of this, it was the best place to train people. The 10 core disciples of the Sword King sect had all experienced the desperate life and death battles in the bestial battle arena and survived in the end. Thus, not only were their cultivations strong, but their actual combat strength was also terrifying. Ling Zhao's heart was somewhat excited. Although the 4-sect tournament was important, it was only a spar. How could it be better than a life and death battle to train a person's combat skills? He really wanted to go on stage and try it out. Since the 4-sect tournament was tomorrow, it didn't matter if he went back later. Lute Song, if I want to participate in the bestial battle arena, what should I do? Ling Xiao asked. This is simple. As long as you are willing, you can directly ask. There are people over there who specialize in handling this matter. Lute Song pointed to a small room in the bestial battle arena. What about the rules? Ling Xiao asked again. The rules are very simple. As long as you meet the requirements, you can participate in the bestial battle arena. The rules are very simple. There are only 2. First, your cultivation is equal to or lower than the bestial, slave, or prisoner on death row. You should be able to understand this, right? It's not for you to go on stage and abuse the weak. Second, you have to pay at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for each challenge. If you win, you will receive more than 10 times the amount. But if you lose, you will die and the items won't be returned. At least 10,000? That means I can still pay more? Of course, at least 10,000, and at most 100,000. Lu Tsang replied. This rule was indeed simple and clear. Just like fighting in the pugilistic world, if one wanted to obtain greater benefits, they had to take greater risks. This was very much to Ling Zhao's liking. Everyone, please sit here. If you go any further, you won't be able to go any further. The closer you are to the bestial battle arena, the more dangerous it is. Furthermore, there are powerful forces blocking you. If you don't have enough strength, you will have to pay at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as a fee. It's not worth it. Although he seemed to be thinking for Ling Xiao and the others, in fact, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. This was because the first 3 rows in the Colosseum were usually reserved for the best disciples of the Sword King sect. Although Ling Xiao and the others were core disciples of the Yuehua school, in Lu Tsang's opinion, they were inferior to ordinary inner disciples of the Sword King sect. Humph, are you looking down on us? Then you can stay here. Lung Hao couldn't take it anymore. He snorted coldly and continued to walk forward. Although the back was basically packed with people, The first 3 rows were relatively empty and comfortable to sit in. Lu Tsang, thank you for bringing us here. This is just a small token of appreciation. You don't have to accompany us anymore. Ling Xiao casually threw out 100 low-grade spirit stones as a reward, and then walked forward with the other 3 people. Just sit in the 3rd row. It has the best view, even better than the first 2 rows. He said as he walked. Okay. The other 3 naturally didn't have any objections. Dai Yuling and Lung Hao had long followed Ling Xiao's lead, and Lan Yu had gradually regarded Ling Xiao as the backbone. Naturally, they would listen to Ling Xiao's words. Humph, a group of self-righteous guys. Lu Tsang snorted coldly, and then stood there, waiting to see the 4 people make a fool of themselves. However, what left him dumbfounded was that Ling Xiao and the other 3 did not show any signs of sluggishness in the face of the invisible air wall. They walked to the 3rd row as if they were taking a stroll in the park and sat down. These guys are really not simple. It seems that the core disciples of the Yuehua school are not so useless. Lu Tsang had always heard from his senior brothers that the disciples of the Yuehua school were useless and useless, but today it seemed that it wasn't completely the case. He couldn't help but have some doubts about the comments he had heard before. When Ling Xiao and the others sat down, the battle in the Colosseum had already ended. What made people sigh was that the challenger was beheaded by the death row inmate. Every time the death row inmate won a battle, he would be rewarded with some money. When the number of victories reached 100, he would regain his freedom. It was the same for slaves. Of course, those monsters and ferocious beasts were unlucky. Unless they died in battle, they had to face those fierce challengers at all times. Looking at such a bloody scene, as a martial artist, it was natural for them to adapt. If a martial artist couldn't adapt to blood and death, then he could only be regarded as a useless person. In the stands, cheers and curses were intertwined. No one cared about the life or death of the challenger. They cheered because they felt that it was exciting and cool. They cursed because they lost money, not because they saw someone die. This was a beast fight. If you won, not only would you get spirit stones as a reward, but you might also break through the shackles. Therefore, the opponents that many martial artists chose were not those that they had absolute confidence in winning, because then there would be no meaning in training. But in this way, the chances of death would be even higher. Senior Brother Ling, you just asked Lu Tsang about beast fights. You want to challenge him, right? After sitting down, Long Hao asked curiously. Yes, Ling Xiao indeed had such an idea. Then, are you going to challenge the ferocious beasts, the death row inmate, or the slaves? Long Hao asked again. Death row inmate. Ling Xiao's answer was very clear and straightforward. Why? Long Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. First of all, I definitely won't choose the slaves. Slaves have a tragic fate to begin with. I'm not a kind person, but I definitely won't lay my hands on such pitiful people. Secondly, I won't choose the beasts. Although the ferocious beasts of the same realm are usually stronger than the martial artists, in this kind of life and death challenge, humans can often erupt with more terrifying strength than usual. Choosing a human is better for me to hone my combat skills. As for the ferocious beasts, although they have intelligence, they are still too stupid. Lastly, prisoners on death row are different from slaves. Prisoners on death row are placed here because they committed crimes that deserve death. Although they are equally pitiful, they basically deserve to die. Even if you kill me, you won't feel any guilt. Although Ling Xiao would not go so far as to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, he would try his best to not hurt innocent and pitiful people within the scope of his ability. This was also his bottom line as a human. He was a martial artist, but first and foremost, he was a human. Ha 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 ha, this is really funny. There are actually people who treat slaves as humans. Those things are no different from beasts. Killing them is just killing them. How boring. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a martial artist not far from them suddenly laughed and mocked. The people next to him also nodded repeatedly. Ling Xiao and the others turned their heads to look and found that these people were all wearing the Sword King sect's uniform. Chapter 661. He didn't know the exact ranking of these 3 core disciples, but it was interesting to meet the core disciples of the Sword King sect here. Lathe person who spoke was one of the core disciples. At this moment, he had an arrogant and disdainful smile on his face as he looked at Ling Xiao and the others with a look of disdain. It was as if he was looking down on them. You are the core disciples of the Yuehua school, right? No wonder the Yuehua school is so weak. It turns out that they are a group of cowards who don't even dare to kill. That person added when he saw Ling Xiao and the others looking over. Don't dare to kill? Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a sneer. His figure suddenly moved and instantly appeared in front of the core disciple of the Sword King sect. The sharp energy sword had already pierced the core disciple's body. I dare you to say one more word. He didn't have the intention to kill this person for the time being. He just wanted to destroy the other party's prestige. Gulp! The core disciple of the Sword King sect, who was still high and mighty just a moment ago, was now like a pile of mud. The stench of feces and urine floated up. If you can make a move, don't talk nonsense. This was Ling Xiao's method. What's the use of talking nonsense? It's more interesting to make the other party pee in their pants. Let him go. The other core disciples of the Sword King sect were shocked. Whether it was Ling Xiao's boldness or Ling Xiao's strength, they were all shocked. It's easy to let him go. Just kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll kill someone in front of you today. Ling Xiao released his killing intent. The cold aura made everyone around him feel a terrible chill. If you dare to kill him, the Sword King sect won't let you go. You can try. Ling Xiao's energy sword continued to pierce the core disciple's body. It was only about an inch away from the core disciple's heart. As long as it continued, the core disciple would definitely die. I'll kowtow. It wasn't easy for a core disciple to reach this step. It was better to lose face than to die. After all, if a person died, there would be nothing left. Very well, at least you know what's good for you. Ling Xiao pulled out his chi sword, but his killing intent still enveloped that person. That core disciple of the Sword King sect gritted his teeth, then respectfully kowtowed and admitted his mistake. It's my fault. Nothing good comes out of my filthy mouth. It's good that you know you're wrong. Humph. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and instantly returned to his original position. What a terrifying fellow. That's the 8th ranked core disciple of our Sword King sect. He actually knelt down and admitted his mistake. Lu Tsang, who was hiding in the back to watch the show, almost choked on his saliva. This scene was too shocking. Of the 3 core disciples, one was ranked 8th, one was ranked 9th, and the last one was ranked 3rd. They were also participants in the 4-sect martial competition tomorrow. The person ranked 3rd was called Wu Zonglian. However, he had no intention of making a move just now. It was unknown whether he was frightened by Ling Xiao or disdained to make a move. Just as Lu Tsang was puzzled, the spectators suddenly cheered. A new challenger had appeared in the beast fighting arena. That was a prisoner on death row. Look, it's the Undying Prisoner King. Undying Prisoner King? Ling Xiao looked at this person in confusion. Very strong. Also, it was filled with manic killing intent. The Undying Prisoner King has already won 300 matches in a row. He could have regained his freedom, but he is unwilling to leave because he likes it here. He likes this kind of killing. the host of the beast fighting arena, said loudly with a voice that was infused with qi. Everyone might have forgotten the undying prisoner king's real name. However, I believe everyone has heard of the massacre in Ashes City. He was the one who massacred the entire city. He massacred more than 1 million people just because he ate some tasteless food that day. He destroyed Ashes City, and it's still in ruins today. It was very easy for a half-step, heavenly venerate to destroy a secular city. However, there were basically no one who would really do it. However, the undying prisoner king was different. He did not care about killing people. 1 million people were like 1 million ants in his eyes. He loved to listen to the screams of others, and even felt that it was the most beautiful music in the world. Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. Of course, there were also curses. They cheered because the undying prisoner king's battle record was too terrifying. 300 consecutive victories meant that 300 warriors had already died in his hands. As for the curses, it was because they despised the undying prisoner king's actions. After all, 1 million people's lives had been taken by this lunatic. Anyone with a shred of humanity would not like this guy. Unfortunately, no amount of cursing could kill this lunatic. These people only dared to hide behind the crowd and not attack because they were afraid of death. They did not dare to challenge the undying prisoner king. Ling Xiao sneered and slowly stood up. He said coldly, "I'll challenge the undying prisoner king. I'll pay 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones." After paying 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he would receive 1 million low-grade spiritual stones or 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones if he won. His voice was very loud and clear, and it was filled with an extremely cold killing intent. Killing the undying prisoner king would not only give him spiritual stones as a reward, but he would also be able to hone his combat skills and get rid of this guy. To him, it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He had to do it. Almost everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They were surprised to find that the one who spoke was a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. His face still looked a little immature. He was still a kid. Was he going to fight the undying prisoner king? One had to know that the undying prisoner king's 300 consecutive victories were no joke. The 300 warriors that he had killed were all half-step heavenly venerables. No warrior below half-step heavenly venerables had ever dared to challenge the undying prisoner king because it was extremely irresponsible of their own lives. It was akin to courting death. Even so, 300 people had died. It was obvious how terrifying the undying prisoner king was. If it was 1 or 2 deaths, it could be attributed to luck. However, if it was 300 deaths, it was no longer luck but absolute strength. Wu Zonglian and the other disciples of the Sword King sect sneered. They were still thinking about how to deal with Ling Xiao, but they did not expect him to court death. They could stay and watch the show. What a pity! I didn't make a move just now because I wanted to defeat him in the 4-sect martial arts competition. Looks like I won't have the chance. Wu Zonglian was a little disappointed. In his opinion, an early-stage transcendent realm 9th level cultivator challenging a half-step heavenly venerate with only 10% of his strength was definitely courting death. Not to mention, the undying prisoner king was the strongest cultivator in this realm. I heard that the Yuehua school is very poor. Their core disciples can't even use mid-grade spiritual stones and can only cultivate with low-grade spiritual stones. No wonder their disciples' lives are so cheap. They are willing to throw away their lives for spiritual stones. Ha ha ha. Their cheap lives are even worse than death row prisoners. They deserve to die. The disciples of the Sword King sect spoke very softly, but it still did not escape Ling Xiao's ears. Chapter 662. Under Ling Xiao's cold gaze, other than Wu Zonglian, the rest of them were like rabbits that had seen a wolf. What? Who wants to learn from him and kneel down to apologize to me? Why don't we go to the Beast Battle Arena to practice? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. No one dared to accept Ling Zhao's challenge, including Wu Zonglian. Although Wu Zonglian believed that he could win, it was meaningless for him to risk his life for the sake of a few spiritual stones. Since you don't dare to fight and don't want to kneel down to apologize, then shut your mouths. Trash can obediently be trash. Ling Xiao sneered. Wu Zonglian's strength was indeed not weak. He was probably weaker than Tantai Lingzi and slightly stronger than Long Hao. However, in front of Ling Xiao, he was not considered an expert. The surrounding people cast mocking glances at the disciples of the Sword King sect. However, this was the Sword King city after all. Although many people looked down on these trash who dared to talk but didn't dare to do anything, they still didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao did not pay any more attention to the Sword King sect disciples. After paying 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he jumped into the Beast Battle Arena. The Beast Battle Arena was very large, much larger than the Sex Battle Arena. It covered an area of more than 10 acres. Therefore, many martial artists who could not perform well in the battle arena felt very comfortable here. As soon as Ling Xiao jumped into the Beast Battle Arena, he sensed a sinister and evil aura rushing towards him. He could not help but frown. It was the terrifying aura of the Undying Prisoner King. This fellow's murderous aura was very strong. Sure enough, too many people had died in his hands. That was why he could brew such a terrifying, murderous aura. Of course, compared to the murderous aura of Yi Guxin's martial soul, it paled in comparison. Kid, you have guts. However, I am not someone who will show mercy. Even if you are a kid, I will still kill you. The chains on the Undying Prisoner King's body had all been removed. He twisted his neck and made a cracking sound. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with a fierce and contemptuous gaze. The way he saw it, Ling Xiao was simply here to throw his life away. That would be best. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if the other party was merciful, it would lose the meaning of training. How dare you? The Undying Prisoner King suddenly jumped up. He was about 2 meters tall and had an extremely strong body. However, when he jumped up, he was very agile, just like a gorilla. Speed, strength, accurate. It was no wonder that he was able to kill so many opponents of the same level. Let's give it a try. Ling Xiao let out a low groan and pointed his hand in the air. A total of 9 times, 9 chi swords broke through the air. Each of these chi swords whistled through the air, each one capable of easily killing a 9th-layer transcendent cultivator. Don't look at how he didn't even use any martial skills. Just this ordinary chi sword attack was already powerful enough. The Immortal Prisoner King had just jumped up when he saw the energy swords flying towards him. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he swung his fists and smashed them towards the energy swords. His hands were wrapped in thick iron chains, probably the same iron chains that had once trapped him. This wasn't an ordinary chain. It was a precious artifact-grade chain. It was an attack-type artifact. The 9 chi swords were all shattered by the Immortal Prisoner King's fists. However, the Immortal Prisoner King's attack was also stopped. However, Ling Xiao raised his hand again and sent out 9 more chi swords. This time, the chi swords were even faster. The Immortal Prisoner King wasn't able to shatter all of them. About 4 or 5 of them landed on his body. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, the Immortal Prisoner King didn't show any signs of injury. Instead, he shouted excitedly, "Awesome! This is awesome!" Not only that, but Ling Xiao also noticed that nearly 1/10 of the Immortal Prisoner King's hair had turned red, giving off a strange and evil feeling. No wonder this guy is invincible. Such a strong defense isn't something an ordinary half-step, Heavenly Venerable can break through. Unless one has a special ability, it's only a dead end in front of him. Ling Xiao tested the Immortal Prisoner King as he gained a clearer understanding of the Immortal Prisoner King. Good lad. Looks like you're not as weak as I thought. However, it's useless. Your attacks are like scratching an itch to me. The Immortal Prisoner King said disdainfully. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and continued to attack. Then, he noticed that the Immortal Prisoner King's hair was slowly turning red. 1/10, 2/10. Finally, it turned completely red. Ha ha ha, idiot! Can't you see that my hair has turned red? The Immortal Prisoner King laughed out loud. The genuine vitality all over his body had turned red. At that moment, he looked like a different person. His strength was equivalent to a half-step Heavenly Venerable with 2/10 of his strength. It would be strange if he didn't win, since he still had such a move. So what if I see it? Ling Xiao was disdainful. He knew that there was something strange about the hair and wanted to see what was going on. Otherwise, the battle would have ended long ago. Go to hell if you see it. The Immortal Prisoner King roared. His fists suddenly turned crimson red. Even the iron chains that wrapped around his fists turned crimson red as well. Lava fire chain. The crimson iron chains shot out like two huge fire snakes and wrapped around Ling Xiao completely. The flames continued to burn, and the iron chains became tighter as if they were going to strangle Ling Xiao into pieces of minced meat. That kid is done for. Sigh. He got entangled by the Immortal Prisoner King's lava fire chain. No one has ever survived that move. What an idiot. Serves him right. Who asked him to stand there stupidly? He should have known that he was going to die. The spectators on the spectator stand were dissatisfied when they saw that Ling Xiao was entangled by the iron chains and was getting tighter and tighter. They thought that the kid had some ability and could hold on for a while longer. They didn't expect the battle to end so easily. However, their eyes widened the next moment. Ah! The one who screamed was not Ling Xiao, who was entangled by the iron chains, but the Immortal Prisoner King, who was holding the iron chains. The Immortal Prisoner King desperately shook off the iron chains in his hands. His hands were already charred black. What an idiot! You're still too inexperienced to play with fire with me. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. The hellfire he had obtained from the ancient hell dragon was a flame even more terrifying than the 12 sacred flames. This kid is too strange. What did he do? Why are the Immortal Prisoner King's hands charred? Most of the spectators on the spectator stand couldn't understand such a strange phenomenon. They didn't even know how Ling Xiao did it. Your defense is very strong. I'll give it a try today, Ling Xiao said indifferently. His body suddenly flashed and turned into a strange afterimage. He instantly appeared in front of the Immortal Prisoner King. Chapter 663. Puchi. The sound of something being pierced was heard, followed by red blood splattering everywhere. The Immortal Prison King, with its invincible defense, was easily pierced by Ling Xiao's hand blade. It was like stabbing a piece of tofu with a knife. I don't understand. What's that guy's hand made of? How can it be so sharp? His hand seems to be wrapped in an energy sword and sword intent. Everyone could not understand. How could an ordinary-looking kid break through a defense that even a half-step Heavenly Venerable with 10% of his strength failed to break? Was he powerful, or was the Immortal Prison King on the brink of collapse? Wu Zonglian's face turned ugly. He had sparred with the Immortal Prison King in private before, but it was not a battle to the death. Although he won, it was because of his sharp weapon. Although a transcendent realm cultivator could not achieve a perfect battle enhancement using an immortal grade artifact, the sharpness of an immortal grade artifact was unquestionable. It could easily break through the Immortal Prison King's defense. That was what he could not accept. That kid from Yuehua School's handblade was comparable to an immortal grade artifact's destructive power. Ling Xiao did not care about what these people thought. His mind was focused on the battle. Immortal Prison King, I could have killed you in one move, but I won't do that. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'll let you have a taste of death by 1,000 cuts. His ruthlessness was not inferior to the Immortal Prison King's, but he would not take the initiative to kill innocent people. What the Immortal Prison King did reminded him of the death of his beggar relatives. Those people were not killed because of any hatred. Someone just wanted to use them to practice martial arts. Those people in Ashes City were implicated because of the Immortal Prison King's dissatisfaction. He was not happy about that. The Immortal Prison King screamed in pain as the energy sword swept out. Ling Xiao was executing the Immortal Prison King by 1,000 cuts. At the same time, he was applying what he had learned to a deeper level. The fusion of the energy sword and his will made it even more powerful. Each of his attacks would leave a terrifying wound on the Undying Prisoner King's body. In the end, the Undying Prison King's flesh was completely shaved off, leaving behind only a skeleton. The Beast Fighting Coliseum was dead silent. Almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only is this young man extremely powerful, but he also has such a cold temperament. He actually used such a method to cut the Undying Prisoner King into pieces. Satisfying. There were also some who felt that only a death by 1,000 cuts could appease the millions of lives that had died for someone like the Undying Prisoner King. Seal. The 3 sealing cards had now sealed the monsters. One of them was the half-step Heavenly Venerable that had just been sealed, the Undying Prisoner King. One of them was the half-step Heavenly Venerable that he had killed in Demonic Castle City, the great Castle Master of Demonic Castle City. The third one was a 9-tailed demon fox that had reached the Heaven Tier 1 line realm. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, the 3 sealing cards had sealed something which made people feel more at ease. Although these could not be considered as Ling Xiao's own strength, they were excellent means to protect his life. He would not use them normally, but when he had to, he would not be stingy. Congratulations on your victory. May I ask if you want 1,000,000 lower-grade spiritual stones or 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones? The host in charge of the Beast Fighting Coliseum asked. 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Middle-grade spiritual stones were naturally more valuable to him now. From now to the Grotto Heaven realm, the spiritual stones he needed for cultivation were all middle-grade spiritual stones. The more he had, the better. Lower-grade spiritual stones could only be used as currency for the time being. After receiving his reward, Ling Xiao returned to his seat. He was not satisfied with this battle. If there were stronger opponents, he planned to try again. Ling Xiao returned to his seat, and his breathing was not disturbed. After the trip to the Demon Fortress City, his strength had really increased by a lot. Even he himself felt that this kind of strength was a little inconceivable. After the Undying Prisoner King's corpse was cleaned up, another person appeared in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. There was no mark of a prisoner on his face, but there was another mark, a slave. Ling Xiao did not know where these slaves came from. The only thing he knew was that these slaves must be related to the Sword King sect, and this Beast Fighting Coliseum must have an inseparable relationship with the Sword King sect. The slave's face was wearing a bronze mask with welded marks around it. It looked like it was directly fastened to the face after being heated. Just thinking about it made Lin Huang's face hurt. His hands and feet were shackled. His steps were heavy, and his breathing was very unnatural. Clang, clang. After 2 clangs, the slave's handcuffs and shackles were removed. After all, this was related to the Beast Fighting Coliseum's income. Therefore, the slave could not fight with his hands and feet shackled. That would give the challenger too much of an advantage. Because of the mask, Lin Huang could not see the other party's face, but his eyes were filled with incomparable grief and helplessness. He couldn't even make a sound because his mouth had been sealed. But those eyes seemed to be able to speak. After the grief and helplessness, they were filled with endless hatred and anger. Ling Xiao felt that unless there was a sky-high amount of hatred, it was impossible to have such eyes. He felt very uncomfortable. Torturing a cultivator like this was really better than simply killing him. The Sword King's sect's methods were really not honorable. Even so, the Sword King sect still claimed to be a righteous sect, representing the justice and order of the sacred dynasty. Bullshit! Was there a righteous sect among the 12 great sects? They were just ordinary people who fought for their own interests. Of course, this was not a problem in itself, but they were doing one thing on the surface and another behind their backs, which was very disgusting. This is a slave cultivator we have just captured. His cultivation has reached the 6th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm. Today is his first battle. Who wants to come up and give it a try? No matter what cultivation the battle beast, slave, or prisoner was, the reward was the same. The spirit stones you paid would be returned 10 times. Of course, if you lost, you could forget about it because you would already be dead. If it was someone at the heaven realm or above who challenged, they would not have to pay low-rank spirit stones, but mid-rank spirit stones. However, such situations were relatively rare, at least not at this stage. The host announced the cultivation of the slave cultivator before turning to the crowd below. Wu Zue, you go and give it a try. You lost so much face just now. This time you must regain it. Wu Zonglian looked at the cultivator, who had been scared to the point of wetting his pants by Ling Xiao, and said, this person's cultivation was only at the 7th layer of the transcendent realm, so it was reasonable to say that he was not qualified to participate in this challenge. However, he was a member of the Sword King sect, so he could be treated differently. These were the rules of Sword King City, so getting angry was useless. Chapter 664. Yes, senior brother. Wu Zue had just lost a great deal of face, so he naturally knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, but if the slave's cultivation was lower than his, it would be a different story. He would definitely be able to kill him and regain his confidence. Your cultivation has already surpassed this slave's, but it doesn't matter. This is a cultivation control ring. Once you wear it, you will only be able to display strength equal to your opponent's cultivation. When the host saw Wu Zue, he naturally recognized him as a core disciple of the Sword King sect. Although his ranking was relatively low, he still didn't dare offend him. In the Sword King sect, the top 10 core disciples were all treasures of the sect. In this regard, he was exactly the same as Wu Zue in Yuehua School. Senior brother Ling, what do you think? Leng Hao looked at Ling Xiao and asked, shameless. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said, what bullshit control ring? It's just for show. That control ring is just an ordinary jade ring. It's meaningless. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the slave will suffer? No matter how strong he is, I'm afraid he won't be a match for Wu Zue, who is in the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. Although Dai Yuling wasn't as saintly as Zhao Xi, she was also very kind, but she wouldn't abuse her kindness. She, like many normal people, sympathized with these slaves. You're right, but this is the rule of the Beast Battle Arena. This Beast Battle Arena belongs to the Sword King sect, so how could the Sword King sect allow their treasured disciple to be killed? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, I've already asked Lu Tsang. In all these years, there has never been a core disciple who died in the Beast Battle Arena. Not even once. Under normal circumstances, this is simply impossible. So that's how it is. That's really shameless. Leng Hao cursed. The shameless part is yet to come. Ling Xiao sneered. Although that Wu Zui's cultivation is much higher than that slave's, his actual combat ability is too weak. He's like a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. In the battle later, he'll most likely be suppressed by that slave. Humph, there'll definitely be a good show to watch. It can't be, right? Senior Brother Ling, no matter how shameless this bestial battle arena is, they wouldn't go so far as to directly interfere in this battle, right? Lung Hao said in surprise. You'll know soon enough. He did not argue. He had seen many shameless people. This kind of thing was actually very common in the world. The host left the room. The slave's eyes suddenly changed. Originally, there was endless sorrow and helplessness, but now there was only hatred and anger in his eyes. This hatred was obviously directed at Wu Zui. No, maybe it's targeting the Sword King sect. Wu Zui was startled by the terrifying killing intent emanating from the slave, and he took 2 steps back. Die! The slave spat out these words furiously. His body turned into a beam of sword light as he lunged towards Wu Zui. He had no intention of holding back, because he hated. He was originally a martial artist with a great future, but he was captured by the Sword King sect through despicable means and put on a bronze mask that could disfigure his face. He hated. He hated everyone from the Sword King sect, and he wanted to kill them all. The slave also used a sword, just like Ling Xiao. Although his swordsmanship could not compare to Ling Xiao's, it was more than enough to deal with Wu Zui. The beam of sword light was too fast, and Wu Zui was so frightened that he lost his composure. In a moment of desperation, he used all of his skills. The shadow of a death row prisoner appeared behind him. This death row prisoner was like the immortal prisoner king and had once dominated the bestial battle arena. However, his winning streak was longer than the immortal prisoner king's, and he had won more than 1,000 matches. In the end, he died of exhaustion. He did not expect that his soul would become someone else's martial soul. The moment the death row prisoner martial soul appeared, Wu Zui's entire being became cold and cruel, and the frightened look on his face disappeared. This was one of the benefits of a martial soul. Bang! The 2 attacks collided with each other. A huge explosion sounded out, and the slave's eyes were still filled with burning hatred. There was nothing else in his eyes, and the only thought in his mind was revenge. Although the 2 of them retreated a few steps, the slave attacked again, not giving Wu Zui any chance to catch his breath. Wu Zui's fighting spirit was basically bestowed by the death row prisoner martial soul. His own soul was so weak that it made people speechless. After a few exchanges, Wu Zui panicked again. As for the slave, he had already called out his martial soul. It was a sword, a broken sword. It was the divine sword that had appeared when the Ling family was besieged and completely defeated the enemy. The reason why the Divine Sword sect was called the Divine Sword sect was because of that sword. This sword had actually become a martial soul. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. His entire body was trembling. Because the slave was wearing a mask, he was unable to recognize his appearance, but at this moment, he was able to confirm the slave's identity. He was actually Ling Wuhen. He was the former sect master of the Divine Sword sect, and he had gone with Ling Yihang to the Sword King sect to participate in the 4-sect martial competition. How could he be here? How could he have become like this? Ling Xiao was trembling, not because he was afraid, but because he was angry. He wanted to kill. This kind of anger was something he had only felt when his family was killed. The terrifying killing intent emitted from his body caused Lung, Hao, and the others, who were sitting beside him, to turn pale with fright. On the War Beast arena, the battle continued. After releasing his martial soul, Ling Wuhen's fighting strength suddenly soared. In addition, Ling Xiao had given him an absolutely suitable and classic martial skill. After a few exchanges, Wu Zui was forced to retreat. Kill him. Ling Xiao shouted loudly. Actually, even if he didn't say anything, Ling Wuhan wouldn't let the person in front of him go, because it was the people of the Sword King sect who had turned him into his current state. He hated the people of the Sword King sect bitterly, and wished that he could raze the Sword King sect to the ground. Although he might not be able to do it, killing the person in front of him was not a problem. Dang! Seeing that Wu Zui's throat was about to be pierced by Ling Wuhan's long sword, the host suddenly jumped into the arena and blocked Ling Wuhan's sword light. The host's strength had reached 10% of the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable. No matter how strong Ling Wuhan was, no matter how talented he was, it was useless. In front of absolute strength, he was simply no match for the host. Enough! The host coldly looked at Ling Wuhan and said, "This battle ends here." Perhaps this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Most of the spectators in the stands were already used to it. They only cursed the shamelessness of the Sword King sect in their hearts. They had agreed to fight to the death, but now seeing that the slave had the advantage, they shouted to stop. What kind of logic was this in the world? But this was the Sword King city. Who told this Warbeast arena to belong to the Sword King sect? Why? Chapter 6, 65. Very simple, because I am stronger than you, because the Sword King sect is stronger than all of you. The host looked at Ling Wuhan with disdain and said indifferently, "Go to hell." Suddenly, Wu Zui came back to his senses and pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it towards Ling Wuhan's heart. At this moment, Ling Wuhan was completely defenseless. He was blocked by the host, and it was too late for him to defend himself. Puchi, a sword light flashed, and a head fell to the ground. However, the one who died was not Ling Wuhan, but Wu Zui. Ling Xiao made his move. How could he watch his benefactor and friend be killed by such a shameless person? Wu Zui deserved to die. The Sword King sect deserved to be destroyed. Ling Xiao stood there like a demon god. A terrifying, killing, and destructive aura covered the sky. You are crazy. You actually dare to break the rules of the animal fighting arena. Are you courting death? The host was stunned for a moment. When he saw Wu Zui's head fall to the ground, he shouted at Ling Xiao, "Rules? Weren't you the ones who broke them first?" Ling Xiao's cold voice was like the whisper of a demon king from hell. The host felt that his blood was about to be frozen. He retreated a few steps in horror and said with fear, "You have to think clearly. By doing this, you will become the enemy of the entire Sword King sect. Does your Yuehua school really want to be destroyed? With just you?" After saying this, a sword light flew out from his hand. The host's head also flew up and fell to the ground in a beautiful parabola. Bastard! Who dares to behave atrociously in the animal fighting arena? As soon as the host died, 3 terrifying auras suddenly appeared. They should be the powerful martial artists guarding the animal fighting arena, 3 half-step, heavenly venerables with 50% strength. For the Sword King sect, sending 3 such powerful martial artists was enough to make the people going to the animal fighting arena behave themselves. After all, most of the martial artists who came here were half-step, heavenly venerables, and below. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the 3 of them. Instead, he looked back at Ling Wuhan and asked, "Where is Ling Yihang?" Ling Yihang was a good brother that Ling Xiao got to know when he was in the Ling family, although the 2 of them had gotten to know each other through fighting. And since Ling Xiao left the Ling family, they rarely had the opportunity to meet again. But friends were friends, even if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Ling Wuhan's problem was very serious, but Ling Xiao believed that he could solve it. Now he was more worried about Ling Yihang. Ling Wuhan only said one word before he suddenly stopped, because he could no longer speak. His eyes were filled with pain and resentment. "Ling Xiao, Ling Yihang, was turned into a human puppet by these beasts, and only his soul is left in the puppet. Ling Zhao's heart was already cold. The entire Sword King sect was on his death list, but he was also very clear that the key was to find Ling Yihang. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he had a way to bring Ling Yihang back to life. He, Ling Xiao, could do what others could not. He is imprisoned in the cage of the animal fighting arena. Ling Wuhan said, "Take me there." Ling Wuhan nodded, and then rushed in the direction of the cage. Ling Xiao followed closely behind. However, the two of them had just rushed out 4 or 5 meters when they were stopped by 3 experts. They were the 3 half-step heavenly venerables of the Sword King sect, who were responsible for guarding the animal fighting arena. Get lost! Ling Xiao did not have time to fight with these old things. He took out the sealing card without hesitation. Demon Castle Lord, release. A 60% half-step heavenly venerables against 3 50% half-step heavenly venerables should not be a problem. Boom! A loud sound reverberated, and those 3 half-step heavenly venerables were really sent flying. Ling Wuhan and Ling Xiao went straight in and came to the cage of the animal fighting arena. In the cage, Ling Yihang's corpse was still there, soaked in a big bucket of liquid. Beside the corpse was a puppet made entirely of metal. Ling Xiao could even feel Ling Yihang's aura. The corpse is still well preserved. This bunch of people should be intending to make this corpse into a human flesh puppet. Wuhan, help me guard outside. I want to send Ling Yihang's soul back into his body. Since the corpse was well preserved, then there was no need to search elsewhere. But Ling Xiao intended to use some of the materials on him to strengthen this corpse. Not only did he want to restore its vitality, he also wanted to make it stronger than before. Outside, what's going on? Senior brother Ling seems to know that slave? Lung Hao asked Dai Yuling suspiciously. You and he both came from Sky Cloud City. Do you know anything? Dai Yuling shook her head. Ling Xiao was originally a disciple from a small family in Sky Peak City and later came to Sky Cloud City. I'm not sure about the details, but from the looks of it, they seem to know each other and their relationship is very good. Let's go and take a look. Now that the 3 of us are on the same side, as Ling Xiao, his friends are our friends. We absolutely cannot sit back and do nothing. Lan Yuer thought for a moment and said, "All right." Dai Yuling and Lung Hao naturally had no reason to object. With Demon Castle City's Grand Castle, Lord blocking those 50% half-step heavenly venerables, the 3 of them headed towards the cage without any obstacles. When they entered the cage and saw the miserable and hair-raising scene, they felt their scalps turning numb. This bunch of beasts. Lan Yuer cursed. Senior brother Ling, tell us what to do. We'll listen to you. Lung Hao looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Help me to guard outside first. I still have some things to settle." Ling Xiao had gathered all the materials and was setting up the array. After that, he placed Ling Yihang's corpse and that puppet in the middle of the array. He wasn't willing to think about other things now. The most important thing now was to save Ling Yihang. This was the most crucial point. Lung Hao and the rest didn't disturb him, but stood guard outside together with Ling Wuheng. During this period, Dai Yuling and Lan Yuer helped Ling Wuheng remove the bronze mask and restored his severely damaged face. Among these 2 girls, Lan Yuer was good at medical skills, while Dai Yuling was good at planting and cultivating medicinal herbs. Their cooperation was simply flawless. Although Ling Wuheng had suffered a little pain, but looking at his smooth face through the mirror, what was that pain compared to? Merge. Just as Ling Wuheng was feeling excited about his restored face, Ling Zhao's work had reached the last step. merging the soul and body was not something an ordinary practitioner could do. Even an yin-yang realm practitioner might not be able to do it, but Ling Xiao could do it because he was an array refiner, pharmacist, and a person with extremely powerful soul force. The soul-controlling secret art he obtained from the Lanternfish clan and the recently improved Mountain River will play a key role in this process. When Ling Yihang's eyes slowly opened, Ling Xiao finally let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 666. Ling Yihang opened his eyes and saw Ling Xiao sitting in front of him. His eyes were filled with pain, self-blame, and guilt. Ling Xiao allowed him and Ling Wuhen to participate in the four-sect martial competition, but he was made into a puppet and almost lost his life here. None of the other Divine Sword sect disciples who followed him survived. He was incompetent. How could he still have the face to see Ling Xiao, to see the Divine Sword sect leader? Of the Divine Sword sect disciples who followed him and Ling Wuhen, the youngest was only 12 years old, and the oldest was only 18 years old. They only came to see the world. However, the moment they arrived at the Sword King sect, a tragedy happened. Although he and Ling Wuhen fought with all their might, there were too many enemies, and they were too strong. They were simply powerless. They could only watch as the young disciples were killed one by one in front of them. At that moment, he really wanted to die. He wanted to perish together with the Sword King sect. However, he was unable to fulfill such a small request because he was too weak. He was really too weak. In front of the Sword King sect's experts, he could only feel grief and despair. However, he was unable to do anything. He and Ling Wuhen survived, but they were forced to wear slave masks and thrown into the beast-fighting arena to participate in the bloody battle. He originally thought that he would never be able to see the Divine Sword sect's people again in this lifetime. He thought that he would continue to live in such a cowardly manner. However, Ling Xiao appeared. In his painful eyes, there was a trace of gentleness. Then he actually burst into tears. To be able to make a strong man cry like this, it can be seen how sad and unreconciled his heart is. Painful cries resounded throughout the cage. Dai Yuling, Lan Yu, and Lung Hao, who were outside, all felt waves of sorrow. The two girls could not help but cry as well. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Even Ling Xiao could not help but want to cry when faced with such a scene. However, he knew that he could not cry. He did not have the qualifications to cry. From the day he became the Divine Sword sect leader, this sect was closely related to his fate. He wanted revenge. Even if he couldn't destroy the Sword King sect now, he would make the Sword King sect pay a heavy price. Good brother, you've suffered. Ling Xiao gently held Ling Yihang's head in his arms, and then gently patted his shoulder twice. I will avenge you. Whoever dares to touch the Divine Sword sect, I will destroy them. He let go of Ling Yihang and stood up. A surge of killing intent directly pierced through the cage. Boom! He flew out like an eagle and stood in the air above the beast-fighting arena, overlooking the entire beast-fighting arena. His eyes were blood-red, as if they were dripping blood. People of the Sword King sect, come out and die. There was nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao only wanted to take revenge at this moment. Seeing his good brother become like that, and hearing that his own Divine Sword sect's disciples were massacred by the Sword King sect, his heart was bleeding. Perhaps he didn't have the strength to annihilate everyone in the Sword King sect, but he was confident that he could make the Sword King sect suffer for eternity, and everything would begin today, from this moment onwards. At this moment, Ling Wuhen, Ling Yihang, and the others also came out from inside. Seeing this scene, Wu Zonglian seemed to understand something, and his brows were tightly knitted together. This Yuehua school bastard must have lost his mind, right? He actually dares to face the Sword King sect head-on? There were actually many people from the Sword King sect present. In addition to the few people sitting in front, there were many staff members sent by the Sword King sect to be in charge of the operation of the beast fighting arena. These people's strength was uneven, but their arrogant attitude was as if they were carved out of the same mold. The one who spoke was one of these people. He didn't lose his mind. It seems that it has something to do with those two slaves. No wonder the Yuehua school has always been the last in the 12 sects. How good can it be to hang out with these useless slaves all day long? Ha 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 ha. Laughter filled the entire beast fighting arena. It even covered up the battle that was still ongoing. Although the Demon Castle City's great castle lord was stronger than the 3 half-step heavenly venerables with 50% strength, it was still not possible for him to end the battle immediately. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect him to end the battle so quickly. It would be enough as long as he could stall the 3 half-step heavenly venerables. It would be best if the Yuehua school's disciples were all thrown into the beast fighting arena as slaves. Ha ha ha. An old man and a young man walked in from outside the beast fighting arena. The old man was very strong, and the young man wasn't weak either. The old man and the young man had heard the news and rushed over, but they didn't expect to see a good show. The young man's voice was particularly ear-piercing among the laughter of the crowd. Chen Tian. Brother Ling, that's the guy. He's the guy who killed the Divine Sword Sect's disciples and seriously injured me and Second Master Ling before throwing us here. Ling Yihang suddenly shouted when he saw the young man. Ling Zhao's gaze turned to the complacent young man. This person was at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. It could be said that he was the strongest person below the half-step heavenly venerables. He should have a place among the Sword King sect's core disciples, perhaps second only to Wu Zonglian. However, no matter who he was, he would die today. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent, like 2 sharp swords that directly pierced through Chen Tian's body. Who told you to do this? His voice was emotionless, as if it was a question from hell. Idiot! Does this young master need someone to order him around? It's just that I was in a bad mood that day and happened to meet them, so I just wanted to pass the time. Chen Tian felt the threat of death in his heart. There was a terrifying chill that almost forced him to kneel. However, he was still ranked 4th among the Sword King sect's 10 core disciples and was also one of the participants in this 4-sect martial competition. He wasn't as useless as Wu Zue. The roar was an answer, but at the same time, it was also a way to boost his courage. He was furious because he was actually frightened by the gaze of a disciple from a low-level sect. This was simply a great humiliation. Very good. I'm in a bad mood right now, so I'll vent my anger on you. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's figure turned into a ray of light and shot towards Chen Tian. The old man beside Chen Tian tried to stop him, but he was still a step too late. Bang! The ray of light struck Chen Tian's body, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. A trail of fresh blood drew a bloody parabola. This kick was for Ling Wuhan. He is my benefactor and my guide. You shouldn't have hurt him. Chen Tian didn't even have time to speak. Bang! Another kick flew up. His body that was about to land on the ground was kicked up again and thrown high into the sky. Fresh blood spurted out once again, and even fragments of his internal organs fell. The old man that came with Chen Tian tried his best to catch Ling Zhao's figure, trying to save Chen Tian. However, it was useless. In front of Ling Zhao's cloud dragon divine travel, the old man's movement technique was like a child's trick, completely meaningless. Chapter 667. This kick is for my good brother, Ling Yihang. He's my only good brother in Tianfeng City, but you've turned him into something that's neither human nor ghost. You deserve to die. Bang! After saying that, Ling Xiao kicked him again. This time, Chen Tian's body fell to the ground from midair. This kick is for the dead disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. I come from Tianfeng City, and the Divine Sword Sect is my home. They are my family. If you kill them, I'll kill you. Finally, Ling Xiao stomped on Chen Tian's chest. Chen Tian was on the verge of death. He was the fourth-ranked core disciple of the Sword King sect, yet he was being kicked around by Ling Xiao like a rubber ball. He didn't even have the chance to resist. This left the spectators sitting in the stands completely dumbfounded. Little bastard, do you know who he is? If you hurt him, the entire Yuehua school will have to pay with their lives. The old man finally caught sight of Ling Xiao's figure, because Ling Xiao had stopped. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a blue figure blocked in front of him. It was Lan Yu was a half-step celestial venerate. Although she couldn't suppress the old man, she was still evenly matched. This old man was at most a half-step celestial venerate with 50% of his strength, which was comparable to the strength of the previous three people. I'm not interested in knowing who he is. You said that if I kill him, the entire Yuehua school will have to die with him? Do you know that if you kill the people of the Divine Sword Sect and hurt my benefactor and friend, the entire Sword King sect will have to die with him? Ling Xiao increased the strength of his kick. He guessed that Chen Tian's ribs would be broken one by one. Do you regret it? Do you blame yourself? It's useless. Everything is useless. When you kill innocent people because of your selfish desires, you no longer have a chance to live. It was Jian Wuji who asked me to do it. Chen Tian finally squeezed out a sentence. Jian Wuji? Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd on the stage. His cold eyes and terrifying soul made these people tremble in fear. Jian Wuji is the young sect master of the Sword King sect, which means that he is ranked first among the top 10 core disciples. His strength is unfathomable. Someone finally answered Ling Xiao's question. So it's the young sect master of the Sword King sect. Why did he do that? Ling Xiao glared at Chen Tian and questioned. I don't know either. He just said that he didn't want to see the trash of the Divine Sword sect tarnish the noble Sword King sect. At this moment, Chen Tian really answered every question, not daring to disobey Ling Xiao at all. Is that so, the noble Sword King sect? Since it is so noble, then I will trample it under my feet forever. After he finished speaking, he twisted his leg fiercely. Kacha! Chen Tian, the dignified fourth-ranked core disciple of the Sword King sect, was actually trampled to death just like that. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Wu Zonglian's face was also somewhat pale. His heart was beating fast. Madman! He is simply a complete madman. This guy must not be provoked. Otherwise, the next one to die might be him. Little bastard, you really have to kill him. You actually have to kill him. Don't you know that the sect master of the Sword King sect is also surnamed Chen? The old man who was blocked by Lan Yu instantly released his true essence as if he had gone crazy. He actually took Lan Yu's palm and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Lan Yu's combat experience was still insufficient. She actually failed to block the old man. Just as she was about to give chase, Ling Xiao gestured for her to stop. Senior Sister Lan, go and guard the entrance of the Beast Battle Arena. Don't let anyone from the Sword King sect out. Today, I will wash the Beast Battle Arena with blood. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, without any emotion. He won't kill the innocent, but none of the Sword King sect's people here are innocent. As for those who were watching the show, he could let them go. He had no interest in killing them. The old man who came to the Beast Battle Arena with Chen Tian had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He furiously stabbed out with his sword, and the sword light stretched out to 4 or 5 meters long. Before the sword light arrived, one could already feel the pain on the skin. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and the overflow rain sword instantly appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed out with the sword. The crimson light skyrocketed, and the terrible killing intent seemed to be substantial. Clang! The two swords collided. Ling Zhao's figure was violently pushed back, and a trace of blood slid down the corner of his mouth. After more than 10 steps, he stabilized his body, as expected of a half-step celestial master with 50% of his strength. The power of his attack is really fierce. That disciple of the Yuehua school is simply courting death by confronting him head-on. Humph, he is too conceited. Obviously, that female disciple is stronger. Shuh, don't talk so much. That person is ferocious. Be careful, or he will kill you. In the eyes of the spectators, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage in this collision. Not only was he sent flying, but he was also bleeding. However, the old man seemed to be completely fine. He squatted on the ground and checked Chen Tian's injuries. He is already a dead dog. Why are you wasting your time? Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile. Is this person crazy? Yeah, he is clearly at a disadvantage, but he can still smile. I don't understand. The spectators indeed found it difficult to understand Ling Zhao's smile. Ling Zhao's smile was, of course, because he had met a good opponent. Only such an opponent could force him to tap into his potential and erupt with stronger combat strength. The old man slowly stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with a murderous aura. You are Ling Xiao, right? That's right. I have long heard of you. Recently, the rising star of Yuehua School. The old man said coldly, if you had not killed young Master Tian, you might have had a chance to live. But today you can only die. Unfortunately, I have not lived long enough. Chun Tian's father should be your Sword King sect leader, Chun Nanxing. It is the father's fault for not teaching. Not only will I kill Chun Tian, but I will also make Chun Nanxing pay with his life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. The old man could not help but laugh. You can't even block one of my attacks. The sect leader is 100 times stronger than me. You think you can kill him? You are overestimating yourself. Dream on. Elder Chun, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him and use his body to make a human puppet. It will be stronger than that trash from the Divine Sword sect. This old man's surname was Chun, and he was an outer sect elder of the Sword King sect. Other than Wu Zonglian, no one else dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ha ha ha, young Master Wu is right. The sect leader will definitely like such a human puppet. As long as young Master Tian's soul is not destroyed, he can use the human puppet to resurrect. When Elder Chen heard Wu Zonglian's words, he could not help but laugh. Good idea. It is really a good idea. That's right. Once this matter is done, the sect leader will definitely reward you. Who knows, maybe you will have the chance to break through to the celestial realm. At that time, you will no longer be an outer sect elder, but a true inner sect elder. Wu Zonglian was afraid of Ling Xiao, so he did not want Ling Xiao to live. Chapter 668. Wu Zonglian didn't want Ling Xiao to live. This was because he could feel that if Ling Xiao lived, their Sword King sect would definitely be in trouble in the 4-sect martial competition tomorrow. This person was simply a madman, and a powerful one at that. He was capable of doing anything. Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at Wu Zonglian. Are you in a hurry to die? Don't worry. I'll fulfill your wish later. He really didn't know what kind of expression the Sword King sect would have when 2 of their 5 participants were killed by Ling Xiao during the 4-sect martial competition tomorrow. Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. You still want to kill my Sword King sect, disciple? You won't have the chance. Elder Chen snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand trembled as he pierced towards Ling Xiao once again. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Chen as his body rapidly changed. He had already entered his human dragon form. Although his cultivation had increased, his combat strength had also increased. Facing a half-step Empyrean with 50% strength, it was still very difficult for him to win in his human form. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, he wouldn't have the chance to deal with others. He was brave, but not impulsive. Ling Xiao's battle was always filled with calmness and wisdom. At the same time, the image of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. The sword in his right hand pierced out, but he suddenly retracted it. Elder Chen was stunned for a moment. He pointed his sword at Ling Xiao's left hand, and a terrifying dragon-shaped qi sword tore through the air. 9 Meridian Qi sword, Hell Dragon sword, coupled with the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul. The Hell Dragon sword's power was even more terrifying. Elder Chen, who had already rushed out, couldn't dodge this attack. He had no choice but to circulate his true essence with all his might, causing the sword that was originally attacking Ling Xiao to collide with the Hell Dragon sword. Buzz! The two forces collided, but there was no explosion as expected. Instead, they entangled together, forming a huge energy ball between the two. Fighting requires wisdom. You're too stupid. Ling Xiao's voice rang in the old man's ears. Before he could react to the situation, he suddenly saw Ling Xiao's eyes. A powerful will that could almost instantly pierce through his soul directly pierced through his entire soul. Ah! Even though the half-step heavenly venerate only had 50% of his power, he still howled miserably in the face of this terrifying destructive intent. With his soul injured, his control over his power was greatly reduced. The huge energy ball that appeared between the two of them began to move towards Elder Chen. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already put away the overflow rain sword. He put his hands together, and the 9 meridian swords continuously gathered together, finally condensing into a huge sword. Then, Ling Xiao used the great sword as a racket and slapped the energy ball to help it move faster. I've already said that you're too stupid. A half-step Empyrean with 50% of your strength isn't weak, but unfortunately, you can't even display 70% of your strength. What a waste of such powerful strength. A dazzling light burst from Elder Chen's body, like a brilliant firework. This was the combined power of the two's moves. No matter how powerful Elder Chen was, he was powerless. Looking at Elder Chen's body that had been reduced to ashes, the entire beast battle arena fell into a dead silence. An early-stage transcendent realm cultivator had actually killed a half-step Empyrean with 50% of his strength so easily. How had he done it? Of course, Ling Xiao's cultivation was already at the peak of the transcendent realm, and in that attack, just now, he had used his full strength. It was just that there were no masters in the stands, so no one was able to see it. But even so, in the eyes of these people, a transcendent realm cultivator defeating a half-step Empyrean was completely incomprehensible. Jumping a minor realm to challenge someone was already extremely powerful, worthy of being called a genius. Ling Xiao had directly jumped an entire great realm. They even suspected that Ling Xiao might be able to surpass a super cultivation level in battle. This person's fighting style is really cunning. Yes, his strength is not as good as Elder Chen's, but he first pretended to be weak, then used his powerful spiritual energy to cause damage to his opponent's soul before finally delivering a fatal blow. Too cunning. It's not just cunning, that energy ball, and the way he used his Qi sword. Even if there was the slightest difference in true Qi, he would have failed, but he actually succeeded. This level of control is simply terrifying. What's his name? Ling Xiao. So he's Ling Xiao? The Ling Xiao who killed Wang, she when he was still an outer sect disciple? Yes, that's him. No wonder. Sword King sect provoked this demon king. I'm afraid they'll never have a day of peace. It's time for someone to come out and teach Sword King sect a lesson. These years, Sword King sect has been very domineering in the sacred dynasty. Many people are angry but don't dare to speak out. In the stands, there were those who hated Ling Xiao, and naturally there were those who supported Ling Xiao. No matter when, where, there would always be opposing forces. This place was no exception. Brother Ling, that Wu Zonglian is running. Suddenly, Ling Yihang's voice rang out. Ling Xiao slowly turned his head to look at Wu Zonglian, who was currently running out of the beast battle arena at an extremely fast speed. He can't run. Ling Xiao's ghostly figure instantly crossed dozens of feet and blocked Wu Zonglian's path. You just said that you want to turn me into a human puppet. You haven't done it yet. Why are you leaving? Ling Xiao's voice contained a bit of ridicule. Wu Zonglian looked at Ling Xiao nervously. He had never been so afraid of a person. Even if he encountered the Sword King sect's young sect master, Jian Wuji, he wouldn't be like this. This Ling Xiao was too ferocious. So ferocious that it made him completely lose the courage to resist. Suddenly, he shouted, "Whoever saves me will be rewarded with 2 jade grade martial arts and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When there's a great reward, there will be a brave man." This saying was not joking. Hearing Wu Zonglian's words, many of the spectators who were originally watching on the sidelines were moved. That was 2 jade grade martial arts and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was absolutely worth a try. However, when they made up their minds and were just about to make a move, the aura of death spread out in front of them. Lung, Hao, and Dai Yuling made a move. A ray of sword light. Hundreds of vines. The few spectators who were just about to make a move died, miserably on the spot. "Ha ha, senior sister Yuling, I killed 4 people, one more than you." Dai Yuling shook her head and smiled bitterly. Unless it was a last resort, she was really unwilling to kill. However, if someone wanted to harm Ling Xiao, then she would definitely not show mercy. "Be careful, don't let anyone disturb Ling Xiao." Lan Yu reminded as she blocked the entrance of the beast battle arena. "Got it." Lung Hao and Dai Yuling nodded at the same time and became alert at the same time. At this time, Ling Wuheng and Ling Yihang had also recovered their battle strength. They also threw themselves into the battle with hatred, like 2 fierce beasts fighting with the disciples of the Sword King sect. Chapter 669. Wu Zonglian was in despair. No one could save him. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was right in front of him, took a deep breath, and said, "Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Do you really plan to completely fall out with the Sword King sect?" "Hee, at this time, you still say such stupid words. Do you think that after killing my people, you still want to be kind?" Ling Xiao approached step by step and asked with a smile, "I can help you plead for mercy in front of Sect Master Chen Nanxing, and I can spare your life." Wu Zonglian said loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, what a joke. In the eyes of your Sword King sect, only your lives are important, and other people's lives are not." Ling Xiao laughed out loud. "You people from the Sword King sect are too self-righteous. I've already said it before, the Sword King sect doesn't need to continue existing. Chen Nanxing must die. He spared me? Don't you think that's ridiculous?" "Ling Xiao, calm down. Isn't it just the lives of a few trash? I can give the Divine Sword sect a gold-ranked martial art, or even a jade-ranked martial art. I can also give them a large amount of spirit stones. This way, it should be enough compensation, right? It's just a few cheap lives. I think you should understand what's more beneficial to the Divine Sword sect." Wu Zonglian's back was covered in cold sweat, but until now, he still did not understand what he had done wrong, and was still ordering people around with a high and mighty attitude. "A few cheap lives? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Zonglian with ridicule and said coldly, "That's right, to you self-righteous idiots. It might just be a few cheap lives, but to me, it's my family. How could a mere martial art and spirit stones be enough to make up for the death of his loved ones? A life for a life, a debt for a debt. This was a matter of course. A person who could be sent away with just a few spirit stones and a few martial arts was an incompetent person, a coward. Ling Xiao, would not be like that. After today, he and the Sword King sect would be like fire and water, and there would be no room for peaceful coexistence. The Sword King sect would definitely not let him, Ling Xiao, off. And Ling Xiao, would definitely destroy the Sword King sect. If he didn't destroy the Sword King sect, he would have let Ling Wuhan down. No, he would have let down those innocent disciples who had been killed. He and the Sword King sect would not rest until one of them was dead. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Sword King sect will definitely grind your bones to dust. There was also the Divine Sword sect. Yuehua School. They will all be destroyed. Wu Zonglian roared, and finally burst out with his strength. He had already reached a point where he could no longer retreat. He could only fight to the death. Unfortunately, in front of Ling Xiao, all of this was futile. Pooh! A sword pierced Wu Zonglian's throat, and Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded in his ear. What a fool! I even killed Chen Tian. Why can't I kill you? You should leave first. Chen Nanqing, that old bastard, will soon meet you in the underground. There was no sympathy, because Wu Zonglian deserved to die. Just now, when Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, this fellow actually instigated Elder Chen to turn Ling Xiao into a human puppet. Just from this sentence alone, Wu Zonglian could not be separated from the matter of the Divine Sword sect. It was possible that Ling Yihang's current state was caused by Wu Zonglian. Towards animals, any cruel method was not excessive. Otherwise, they would only be even more arrogant and would only harm even more people. What a terrifying youth! What vicious methods! The Sword King sect has truly encountered a fiend. The remaining people in the stands all felt their hearts palpitate. They had come today to watch the Beast Fighting Arena Challenge, but they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. After killing Wu Zonglian, Ling Xiao took away his storage ring and placed it together with Chen Tian and Elder Chen's storage ring. There was nothing special inside. Other than spirit stones, there were only basic gold rank martial arts. These did not have much meaning to him, but it was not bad to use them to strengthen the Divine Sword sect. Through this matter, it was clear that the Divine Sword sect was still too weak. They had to become stronger. Only then would no one dare to provoke them. In order to make the Divine Sword sect stronger, these resources were definitely not lacking. Ling Xiao looked around and saw the 3 half-step heavenly venerables fighting with the great fort master of Jade Devil Castle. He revealed a sneer. After that, the celestial dipper flying sword flew out from behind him and pierced into the bodies of the 3 people at an absolutely strange and perfect angle. The 3 of them were already at a disadvantage. After being pierced by the flying sword, they immediately died miserably at the hands of the great fort master of Jade Devil Castle. As for the rest of the Sword King sect staff, not a single one was left alive. The entire Beast Fighting Arena, except for those who were unrelated, had become a sea of blood. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to everyone, turn around, and left the Beast Fighting Arena that reeked of blood. When the Demon King was enraged, the Beast Fighting Arena was littered with corpses. This was the story that spread throughout the Sword King city the next day. If it was anyone else after doing such a thing, they would have already left the Sword King sect in a hurry and hide as far away as possible. However, Ling Xiao did not do so. He only ordered Ling Wuhan and Ling Yihang to return to the Divine Sword sect that very night. He also told them to send a message to the entire Divine Sword sect to cultivate in seclusion and not take half a step out of the Divine Sword sect. After this incident, Ling Xiao felt that the Divine Sword sect's current situation was extremely awkward, although they were already very strong compared to those weak sections. However, compared to the 12 sects, they were still very weak. Since that was the case, they might as well cultivate in seclusion. In any case, with the sect-protecting array, even if any of the 12 sects wanted to deal with the Divine Sword sect, they would not be able to succeed in a short period of time. As for training, it was even simpler. The Land of Dragons was in Long Chen's hands. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect could go to the Land of Dragons to train and train. After the dragon race matured, the Divine Sword sect could openly become the 13th sect of the Sacred Dynasty. They could even squeeze out a sect and become one of the 12 sects. Ling Wuhan and Ling Yihang's departure also allowed Ling Xiao to have no more worries. That night, he told Wu Xiang the whole story. After all, this matter might involve the Yuehua school. Wu Xiang only said one sentence: "Whoever wants to kill you will have to step over my dead body first." Since a Grotto Heaven realm expert had said so, Ling Xiao naturally had nothing to worry about. Although the Sword King sect was stronger than the Yuehua school, the strongest person was only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. There was really no need to be afraid. Even if he could not destroy the other party, at least he would not die. Before dawn, a group of people angrily rushed to the Yuehua school's temporary residence. Today was supposed to be the day of the Four Sects tournament. However, it was not time yet, but these people were all emitting cold, killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to harm the Yuehua school. The person in the lead was a middle-aged woman wearing a fiery red robe. However, she looked very young and her skin was well maintained. The corners of her eyes revealed a strong sense of hatred. The people behind her were all inner sect disciples of the Sword King sect. One of them had messy hair, and his face could not be seen clearly. One could only faintly see the word prisoner carved on his face. Chapter 670. The death row prisoner with messy hair exuded a gloomy aura that made people shudder. It was as if he wasn't human, but a devil from the 9 Serenities continent. This guy's strength might be more powerful than the woman in red. Why are the few of you so aggressive? What's the matter? Chang Yueing, who had long sensed the danger, appeared at the door of the Yuehua school's temporary residence and looked at the group of people indifferently. Tell Ling Xiao, Lan Yu, Lung Hao, and Dai Yuling to come out. The woman in red's attitude was very domineering and arrogant. She didn't give Chang Yueing any face at all. In fact, her cultivation wasn't as good as Chang Yueing's. The reason why she dared to act like this was because this was the Sword King sect, and she was the inner elder of the Sword King sect and Wu Zonglian's master. When did the Sword King sect become so unruly? Do you think you can meet the people of our Yuehua school as you wish? Chang Yueing sneered. Cut the crap. Those 4 people killed hundreds of our Sword King sect staff in the beast fighting arena yesterday. Among them were 2 core disciples. If it were you, would you take revenge for this? The woman in red said furiously, "There's such a thing." Chang Yueing was stunned. She really didn't know that such a thing happened in the beast fighting arena. However, this Ling Xiao was too ruthless. He killed other people's core disciples in their territory. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Although the Sword King sect had always been very domineering and didn't give her any face, she definitely didn't have a good impression of the Sword King sect. However, this matter involved too many people, and she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Therefore, after thinking about it, she called Tantai Lingzi. Tantai, go and call Ling Xiao and the others over. What happened yesterday must be explained clearly in person. Don't let the Sword King sect and Yuehua school have any animosity between them. After all, Chang Yue was used to being last and being bullied by the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. When faced with such a matter, the first thing she thought of was not to argue with them, but to apologize first. Yes, master. Although Tantai, Lingzi, didn't know what was going on, she didn't dare to disobey Chang Yueying. There's no need for that. We'll look for them ourselves. Who knows if you'll call them or tell them to escape. The woman in red didn't take Chang Yueying seriously at all and directly barged into Yuehua School's temporary residence. Chang Yueying hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward to stop him. She was much stronger than the woman in red. Once she tried to stop her, the woman in red would not be able to do anything. There's no need to harm our friendship over such a small matter. If you're worried, you can send a few people to follow my disciple. Chang Yuying's attitude was still very humble. No matter what, she didn't want to have a direct conflict with the Sword King sect because she really didn't have the guts or the courage. You three, go with her. Even though the woman in red was overbearing, this time she came to find trouble with Ling Xiao and the others, not to become enemies with Yuehua School. What's more, she knew that she wasn't Chang Yueying's opponent, so she took a step back. The three transcendent realm inner disciples of the Sword King sect followed Tantai, Lingzi into the temporary residence to find Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was cultivating in his room. Yesterday's battle had been very satisfying. At the same time, he had also comprehended a lot of things that he needed time to digest. However, at this moment, noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. He couldn't help but frown and slowly opened his eyes. Ling Xiao, get out here. This roar was from an unfamiliar voice. It didn't put Ling Xiao in its eyes at all. It was as if it was calling out to its grandson. It was very rude. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the next moment, the door was kicked open, and the fan on the door almost flew out. This kind of behavior would be regarded as an absolute provocation, no matter where it was. The disciples of the Sword King sect seemed to think that this was the Sword King sect. Was that why they could be so arrogant? Three people walked in from outside the door. Tantai Lingzi wisely chose to stay outside the door. She knew Ling Xiao's temper very well. Entering the room in this way at this time was tantamount to courting death. You're Ling Xiao. One of them looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and asked, "Get out." Ling Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he shouted coldly, "What?" The three of them looked at each other, wondering if this kid was stupid. Even at this time, he still dared to be so arrogant. Do you want to get out yourselves? Or do you want me to help you? Ling Xiao still sat there, without moving, and asked the three of them indifferently, "You dog, how dare you talk to the three of us like that? Don't forget that this is the Sword King sect, not your Yuehua school. How dare you go to the Animal Fighting Coliseum and not give us face? You really don't know what's good for you." Although the three of them didn't have the same cultivation as Ling Xiao, their tempers were worse than Ling Xiao's. Their arrogance was as if they didn't put anyone in Yuehua school in their eyes. Of course, they had a reason to do so. This time, the person who brought them here was an inner elder of the Sword King sect. With such a powerful backer, how could they be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? Get out! Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, a powerful true origin gushed out. The three of them walked in, but in the end, they flew out. Junior Brother Ling, the inner elder of the Sword King sect, brought people here to look for you. It's better not to have a direct confrontation with them. Some things can be solved with a clear explanation. Tantai Lingzi frowned outside the door. She was the same as her master, a typical bully. Explain what? Ling Xiao asked rhetorically. It's about the animal fighting coliseum. Someone must have framed us to deliberately destroy our relationship with the Sword King sect. Tantai Lingzi said. There's no framing. I did the animal fighting coliseum. Humph, I haven't even questioned them, but they came here instead. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. What? You really did it? Tantai Lingzi was shocked. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to directly oppose the Sword King sect. He was simply crazy. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The Sword King sect may launch an attack on our Yuehua school. When that time comes, the Yuehua school may completely disappear from the Sky Dragon continent. Tantai Lingzi said loudly, Is that so? You didn't do that, but for so many years, the number of Yuehua school's disciples who died for no reason at the hands of the Sword King sect is at least 1,000, if not tens of thousands. The territories that belong to the Yuehua school have been annexed by the Sword King sect are innumerable. Ling Xiao said coldly. Others have already bullied you at your doorstep, and you still admit defeat. You're really useless. He slowly stood up and walked out of the door. He glanced disdainfully at Tantai Lingzi, then stared at the 3 inner disciples of the Sword King sect who were lying on the ground and groaning. His eyes were filled with coldness. What do you want?